Welcome. I'd like to call to order the Education and Communication Committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of this meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Margot, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to do a roll call for our Education and Communication Committee. Committee Chair, Tom Hayslip.
Get here.
Committee Vice Chair, Jim Ruffin.
Present.
Committee Member Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee Member Kelly Davis. Here. Committee Member John Stone. Committee Member J.C. Cole.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on Wildlife Education Chief Travis Casper to give us a presentation on Pathways to Relevancy update.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. First, before we get into the pathways and program action plan update, I want to thank this team, my whole entire wildlife education team. It has been a busy week for them. They've got these presentations. We got 3 awesome presentations, I think, for you guys. But this past weekend, we had the National Archery in the Schools tournament with Lee Scripture from my team. Lee will be up here in just a second. And the team put that on with folks from around the agency. We had nearly 50 teams represented and about 1,200 participants in Winston-Salem at the Winston-Salem Fairgrounds this past Saturday. So they're coming off that. So I know they're a little weary. Reason you're not seeing Sandy Bridges here today doing the program action plan update is Sandy and another part of the team is down in Duck, North Carolina, hosting the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Wildlife Viewing and Nature Tourism Academy down in Duck. So they're busy with that. And then at the end of this month, starting next week, first part of March, we've got our Youth Hunter Education Skills tournaments coming up. So Carissa's in town and Josh after this are going to be going staging all that stuff, getting ready for our skills tournament. So we would like to invite everybody to come out to those. We've got on March the 2nd, District 5 and District 7 will be happening. On March the 9th, District 2. On March the 18th, we've got Districts 3, 4, 8, and 9 hosting their tournaments. And on the 23rd, we got District 1 and District 6. And then our state competition will be down at the Lentz Hunter Education Complex on April the 27th. So if you need more information on that and what this team's got going on, just reach out to me and we'll let you definitely get you the locations and where all those different events are happening. But they've been busy. So I'm going to pitch it for Sandy today, and we're going to look at our program action plans. This is an extension of the Pathway to Relevancy project that we started last year. This is just an updated slide of what Sandy presented the last time. We're working on action plans for angler engagement, conservation initiatives, hunting engagement, and shooting sports engagement. And we're bringing in representatives from across the agency. We've got representative from communication, marketing, and digital engagement, engineering, inland fish, land and water access, law enforcement, wildlife education, and wildlife management. And they're all coming together to work on this process to see where we're at. What we have just completed is we have just completed a gap analysis. Wanted to look where there were holes within our programs, where we can improve these programs and make them better. So that's where we're at now. We have just finished this gap analysis. This was done in conjunction and where do we want to go? That's another question that we were asking. And these two were kind of done in conjunction together and trying to establish that baseline data, which we know the reason for the Pathway project that we were kind of limited on that baseline data that we have. In doing this, we were able to capture areas that we know are lacking, and those are pretty much become the objectives. And we know that we're likely to discover more gaps and more objectives that we need to continue with. And this is all of the process to improve our programs. Our next steps would be to take each of the gaps and objectives and figure out specific action items that will address them, as well as metrics to success required to determine that our programs are successful. Action items may be new programs and classes to develop, new outreach strategies to target specific populations with metrics of success, that may be external and change the behavior of the participants and get them involved with conservation. So our overarching gaps that we found through this process is one, of course, that we knew and I've already mentioned was the lack of baseline data and historical records. We're working right now to correct that. We've got our survey stuff that's going out on all our programs, and we're doing survey work in other areas to get that baseline data. So we've got a good firm grip on where we're at and to be able to help create that pathway of where we're going. Our programs, we're lacking with programs for retention and reactivation. We do a very good job with programs that are for new people, for new individuals that have not engaged with us before, but we found that we are really lacking on those programs to keep people involved, to keep people staying, that we can go back to and get them further involved in conservation and the activities that we support. And we need strategies for our partner engagements. We have a lot of partners across the state of North Carolina that we work with, a lot of conservation partners, from museums to teachers to conservation groups, but we've got to have some strategy to get them pulled together, to get them pulled back into the work that we're doing within wildlife education and with the Wildlife Resources Commission. We have to have strategies for reaching those underserved communities. We've got communities that we're not doing a very good job reaching. So this team is working on those strategies on how to get those communities, how to get those involved and keep those populations involved with the work that we're doing. And then just generic evaluations and reporting. We've really stepped up our efforts here, and that's going to be crucial into going forward. And there's going to be a lot, they kind of overlapped all the different groups, but as we get into the different programs that we have, the angler engagement, that group, the overarching, what they have really started to identify is we have to have strategies for offering more of our advanced classes throughout the state. We do a really good job down at the Peckman Fishing Education Center and also out at Marion, but how do we get those classes out across to reach the overall population of North Carolina? So we're working on a strategy there, how to replicate those programs, how to get those out, to use our engagement team to get those out, to use our network of volunteers, our conservation partners to get those out. Communication strategy to spread the word about the availability of the mobile first catch center to encourage partner use. That's a partnership that we have with the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation. They provided that trailer. It's outfitted with rods, reels, all sorts of hard tackle in there. So we can just hook up, take that and be able to teach fishing at different places. But how do we get a training for that? Get individuals trained up where they can use it for partners like Parks and Recreations across the state, and get that trailer and get the word out about that trailer and get that training up and going. And then two, always we're looking for mentoring program to adapt to add additional social support to keep these activities going. And we'll need that across the thing. But it's good that we have people come in, take our classes, but we want to take these folks who are taking our classes and also turn them into mentors and get them out helping push our message. Our conservation initiatives, we want to come up with a proactive strategy, have this strategy so we know what type of messaging that we need to have and push out there, and what species need to go. Our Bear Wise, that's been a very successful program. It's in areas of the state with bears, but how can we take success of a program like Bear Wise and push it out statewide, because we've got different issues that are going on statewide, and use that same type of model for a conservation initiative and be very proactive, work with Fairley's group with the communication, marketing, and digital engagement, and really have messaging that resonates statewide as we go out and do different programs for conservation initiatives. Agency priorities, to determine what messages should be shared throughout the year, really honing in on that message, creating that message of what needs to go out there, what our team needs to be out there promoting and talking about. Adult programming, with all of our programming, especially with conservation initiatives, our programming has traditionally been towards kids. But how do we get this programming up towards adults? Because we have that generation that we've lost, and get the adults engaged and get those excited about conservation, and with hopes that they'll do the same thing and bring their kids in. So, and how do we get into that adult group? And then strategies for ensuring conservation education is offered in all of the Wildlife Resources Commission districts. So we do a real good job with different programs like hunter education that are statewide. But how do we get these conservation education programs where the bird watching and different stuff like that, those different types of initiatives, how do we get those programs going off all throughout the district across the state? And again, that's going to be through partnerships and really knowing our partners and what they have to help us with. Hunting engagement, coordinate a strategy for offering more advanced courses throughout the state. We've presented up here before the presentation of why hunter education graduates don't purchase a license. So this is kind of falls into that. How do we get those individuals that take these basic classes, get them engaged and keep them going forward and keep them engaged in conservation? There's a lack of focus on engagement after people have attended a course of the program, which I kind of just mentioned. And then the need to increase ethnical, diverse, and female teachers and volunteers. Looking out, our volunteers tend to kind of all look the same. How do we get in a more diverse volunteer pool that come in, bring in those different groups where people can relate to them? And again, just like with the fishing, and to develop a mentor volunteer for our program participants to get them involved, stay involved, and create volunteers out of our participants, which is one of our overarching goals. Shooting sports engagement. Shooting sports, one of the things we're finding a little bit later on when Josh is up here, well, one thing that we're finding with the shooting sports is our range participants. A lot of times we talk about our shooting sports participants and our hunters is that they're the same audience. And what we're really finding out through some of the survey work that we're doing is there are two entirely different audiences. Our shooting sports participants, the ones that come to our ranges and are really actively involved in the shooting sports, aren't very likely to have a background in hunting. They're not necessarily hunters. So we need to be able to adjust our messaging and have that messaging so we're bringing them in as hunters and bringing them in as conservation, and also adjust our messaging so they understand the importance of the work that they're doing towards conservation, that their money's going through conservation too. So we need to have a strategy to identify what type of classes that need to be developed. We kind of lean to that thought process of, hey, it needs to be a hunting type classes. And that's not necessarily what we're seeing the need within our shooting sports community. They need some more basic type classes, some more basic intro type classes, just general firearm safety classes. Because what we've been seeing is a lot of these people are coming in with no experience with firearms. And Josh and I were talking about it this morning and some of the issues that we see at Wake County. And it's just because they're new, they're not experienced with firearms. So that's the type of classes that we need to develop. Strategy to get all classes to all ranges at least a couple times a year. Our facilities are kind of really limiting us with that, but we're already working with engineering and Gary and Steve Bailey in engineering to upgrade our facilities, to get these facilities to where they need to be so we can offer courses at these ranges and be able to get this stuff up and going at the various shooting ranges that we have across the state. And then an advertising plan for drawing new people and new gun owners into the ranges. And we've got awesome ranges. We got one of the strongest range programs in the country, and we just need to get the word out and get those people to come into our ranges, because in all honesty, about 75 to 80% of the excise taxes are coming from these shooters that don't necessarily hunt. So we have to have those involved and bring those folks in for the good of conservation. So some questions to answer moving forward is, how does each group define underserved communities, and how do we how do we know that they're underserved? We still got some work that we've got to do there. And that's going to be working with Terry's group, with the conservation policy and analysis, and kind of really getting into this group and really understanding this group. What kind of programs need to be developed specific to retention and reactivation, and kind of broaden our base, get more into that realm where we do a good job with recruitment, but get further down that adoption model into retention and activation, and which geographic areas should we focus on, and for what topics. And we've been dabbling in this a little bit already, using some different stuff through our marketing team, through geofencing, and really identifying areas of populations in the state and putting target markets out there. But how do we got to define those geographic areas in this state where we can really focus on people and focus our messaging to get new people in, and what internal metrics of success should we focus on, and what about the externals? So, and again, it's just evaluation, as we talked about before. It's just constantly looking at these programs, evaluating these programs, and making them better as we go forward. And again, what partnerships with other agencies need to be developed and expanded? And it's just getting out there, getting the boots on the ground, and identifying these partnerships, because this team works with a very, very diverse audience, and there's a lot of different avenues that we can plug our messaging in and bring these new partners in. But we just got to identify the partners and identify the ways that they plug into us. We have been meeting monthly with this team, but this team, once we kind of get through this first round, this team will kind of transition to quarterly committee meetings. And I don't necessarily see this team ever disappearing. I see this team being a constant work group with the constant people from the other divisions. It's our cohorts from the other divisions coming together to work. This is going to be a continuing issue that we're going to continue to work on. We've got to come up with some generic reporting tools and generic program evaluations, what we're currently doing and have already started implementing, and then reporting on these out like we have started to do here. So again, we've completed the gap analysis. We're starting now to identify our objectives, and what's still to come is where we can go, how we can get there. We're developing the action items. The team has just started on developing the action items, and getting that. How will we know when we've arrived? How we get those metrics of success? And this is going to be the hard part, because in program development, we've got the goals set. Now we've got to start back building the programs to meet these goals. And it's a very tedious task. I can't thank everybody enough, this entire team, for stepping up and working on this. But the hard stuff is still yet to come, but we'll get there. I've got full confidence on this team and what this team has brought up. So that's kind of where we're at now with the pathway projects. So now I'm going to introduce Josh Jernigan. Josh, as we talk about the pathway project and moving forward and everything being research-based and moving forward with and making data-driven decisions, and that's what we've done at the ranges, and that's the whole point of the pathway project, is to improve all our programs. So Josh Jernigan, our shooting range manager.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Good morning.
Perfect. So I'm here to talk about the data-driven improvements that we're making for our shooting range program. So the goals of this survey, we wanted to know what we were doing right, what we were doing wrong, what our constituents were thinking about our range program. We wanted to gather feedback about amenities and programs that we offer. We wanted to determine what hours of operations that people preferred for us to have. And we also kind of wanted to know what else that our participants were doing that was wildlife related. And also added this photo. This is Rochelle. She shoots with us at the Caswell Shooting Range. And we actually talked to her a lot about how to better improve our facilities for handicap use. And so we asked if we could put her picture up and talk a little bit about her. So that's a little bit more information about that. So we are actually taking this feedback and trying to improve our facilities. So the survey. So we did collect, we did a Cortex survey online. We sent out 8,006 emails to our range users, and we got 1,930 back. So results in about a 24% response rate. The social science team helped us develop this survey and helped us collect all of this data and decipher it. So we really appreciate all the help that they offered to us. So that being said, moving on. All right, so this is the stuff everybody wants to know about. So 80% of people are either satisfied or very satisfied with what we're doing at the ranges, and that's the end of my presentation now. I'm just joking. So we are doing a lot of things right. We do have some areas that we do want to improve in. As you can tell, people are very happy with our staff. They're happy with our safety protocols. Our staff is helpful. We have good staff knowledge. They like how clean the facilities are. They're happy with parking for the most part. That is something we are working on. And the two topics that they're most dissatisfied with, which is still very low, which is 7% for our current operating hours and 5% for lane availability. We are working on trying to grow our shooting ranges so that way we can offer more lanes for people to shoot, so they're not having to wait as long to access that. So the amenities and programs wanted, as you can see, 58% of people wanted an advanced pistol class. We currently offer the basic pistol class. We do offer that at 2 of our shooting ranges. We are working to expand that to our smaller shooting ranges. Our staff is currently working with local fire departments and other things like that to get the classroom space to be able to teach these classes. And then we'll be able to bring them to the range for the shooting portions. People are wanting the advanced rifle classes. They're wanting the basic rifle classes. Competitions are a little bit lower. They want us to start selling things at our ranges. Most of our ranges are located pretty far away from anything. And so they want us to sell things so if they forget something, they don't have to drive, 30 minutes to an hour round trip to get so. Archery ranges are a little bit lower on what people are wanting, and then other consisted of vending machines, those kind of creature comforts. And then, so we are actually working with the action plan committee that Travis was talking about earlier to help develop these programs. We are actually working on the advanced rifle classes and the advanced pistol classes currently. And then, like I said, our goal is to add more of these classes throughout the year to offer. Currently, Wake County does a basic pistol class every Saturday. They can accommodate 8 people. They max out every Saturday with 8 people signing up for that class. So we do expect to see that continuing on to the other facilities as well. So change of operating hours. We have been debating for a long time about changing our operating hours. We currently operate in a winter-summer setup. So during the summer, we open at a certain time and then close at a certain time. Same thing with the winter, we open at a certain time and close. And so we always confuse the public when we get into these hours of operation changeovers. And so we wanted to go with something more consistent that was year-round. And so we did give them 3 options. It was Wednesday through Saturday, 8:30 to 5, and Sundays from 12 to 5. Wednesday through Saturday to 9 to 5:30 and Sundays from 12 to 5:30, or the current operating hours to see if they were happy with that. So most people wanted to switch to the Wednesday through Saturday, the 8:30 to 5 and Sundays 12 to 5. We do have several of our ranges that are open on Sunday, and then we have 2 of them that are not. And so we will be switching those over to Sundays also. What we have learned from this is people want to get to the range early during the summer, so they love that 8:30. And then during the winter, they want to come a little bit later, so that's why they like the 5 o'clock. What we have taken or done with this data is in May is our goal to switch all of our operating hours over to the most preferred, which is that Wednesday through Saturday, 8:30 to 5 and Sunday, 12 to 5. So we are taking this data and actually using it to improve the program for the constituents. So we were also curious about how people wanted to receive updates or information about what we're doing at our shooting ranges. Overwhelmingly, 87% of people wanted us to email them. That's what they want. 25% wants us to update the website constantly. And then you can kind of tell it goes down all the way to 1% to next door. So what's really cool about this is we actually have an email database that we have been collecting for years, and we're a little over 14,000 emails of active range users. And so we are actually working with the marketing team. So anytime that we have updates or anything new coming out for the ranges, we'll be able to push this out to those individuals specifically with any of these updates. So that's another way that we're using this data to improve our range program, how we're communicating with our constituents. All right, so we did ask our constituents how they would feel if we did start charging to use our facilities. And so we did ask them if basically we're saying you have to have a hunting license to use our facilities, how acceptable that was. They gave us their response, and it was 18% of people said that that was acceptable and everybody else said no. Then we prompted them with this statement right here. Basically, we educated them, explained to them what this money goes towards and how it works for us. And so once we explained it to them, we had a whopping 41% of people change their mind and said that, hey, we're more supportive of this after you explained how the money actually would be used if we bought that hunting license. So that was very exciting for us to see. I would admit to also add one thing we did say. So we did ask why they were against it in the beginning, and we had the majority of the responses was, I don't hunt. And so this also backs up what Travis said earlier, that we are quickly realizing we're dealing with two separate groups here. We do have the shooting sports community, who majority of them are not hunters. And then we do have our hunting groups, which we're finding out majority of them are not active sportsmen or sportsman shooters. So this is the questions that we asked, wanting to know what other outdoor activities or wildlife related activities they do. Majority of our shooting range users are fishing. They like to fish, they like to hike, they camp. 43% of them said they do hunt. We did have a large number also respond back to a secondary question asking if they were interested in learning to hunt. And we actually did have a large percentage of people say they were interested in learning how to hunt. We also have their email addresses. They gave that to us. So that's a way for us to reach out to them also. And then we had trapping kind of leading the end with 3%. And this also yet again goes to prove that our shooting range users are not hunters. 43% of them claim that they have hunted at some point. So with all that being said, what we're basically doing to help improve our program, we're going to work on offering more basic pistol, basic rifle classes. We're developing the advanced classes that everybody wants to use. We are changing our current hours of operation. And then we're working on how we're going to communicate better with our constituents, letting them know what we're doing. And that's all I got. Travis? All right.
Thank you, Josh. And now is kind of go off of that and with Josh about developing classes and new opportunities for folks. This next group did work with our shooting ranges, did work with different divisions within the agency, but I'm going to bring up Lee Scripture, our shooting engagement coordinator, and Deep James, a hunting engagement coordinator. And these gentlemen are going to talk to you about a new exciting program that they offered this past hunting season on upland game bird hunting. That's one of the things that we have heard from this committee numerous times about having some type of opportunity on upland game birds and small game. So these guys put together, identified some partners this year, worked with those partners and identified a course that they could teach and brought this course out to the public, and it was very well received. So.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the Learn to Hunt Upland Game Workshop. As with all the initiatives within this series, for Lee and I to share this information, as for all the initiatives within this series to increase opportunity, to increase participation, and obviously through participation, minimizing barriers to information, which would be within the programming, and obviously social support that is so valuable to these folks becoming a new hunter, whether in conjunction with WRC or after. These two organizations here that you're looking at, I was originally introduced to them by our associate magazine editor, Mike Zlotnicki, with the first in 2018 that actually led to an initial upland game workshop, and then later this workshop and both a webinar. And obviously it was a good thing because although I'm a very avid deer and turkey hunter, I am not a dog hunter, and that's where it helped with Lee in there as well. One of the things that started probably about 2 years ago was in talking with conservation partners was a reciprocity protocol. So for example, when the Bird Dog Society this year, they had a workshop before I really spoke to them, and they asked, you know, would you mind being involved with this, talk about R3? And then we had our upland game bird biologist at the workshop. And I said, yeah, absolutely. As long as you're willing to assist us with an upland game workshop and a webinar. So that is the goal moving forward with our partners. We are more than willing to assist, and also they can help us later on. Obviously, the venue in this case was Lentz. It did provide that quality experience, lots of shooting opportunities, and a place where these folks can continue to go. WRC support, obviously the Wildlife Resource Commission support, if and when needed, and help to promote that facility for opportunities beyond this workshop. And with some of our military installations, namely Fort Liberty, Camp Lejeune, and Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, it is often difficult to get on base. So Fort Liberty will typically use our workshop venue here at Lentz.
Good morning, everybody. As we started planning this workshop, we knew that we were going to need to engage some better partners with us. One of the things we needed dogs and dog handlers, because anybody who's ever went quail hunting without a dog, you just wander around, wait for little birds to scare you real bad. So we partnered with two agencies. One is NAVDA, the North American Versatile Hunting Dog Association. And this is an organization that's chaptered across the country. There are several chapters in the Carolinas that they promote dog training, dog testing, and education for dog handlers. Then we also partnered with the Bird Dog Society, which is a grassroots effort that started here in North Carolina, is now branched out across the country. And they promote safety and activities for people and bird dogs. So we partnered with these organizations to help us provide the dog power and the manpower to actively put these on. And as Dee said, when we started with a classroom setup where we started at the Lentz. We did the classroom portion of it there. They got to go in and actually do some practice shooting. And then a little while later, we actually did a hunt. And we were looking at where we wanted to do this. We tried to look at places close to the center of the state that were accessible to everybody, and we could control this, not only for the safety of the participants, but for the safety of the dogs too. We decided on, let's use the Sandhill Game Lands Depot. They have a classroom there we can meet, because if it's cold and rainy, they can sit in there and they can, we can warm up. We were able to control our path. We were able to put the birds out and do that. And we were also able to showcase the resources that the commission has at these depots and what they do and what does it take to manage those game lands. So as we started doing this, we had some collateral learning, we're going to call it that. Where we had Brady Beck, the game lands biologist, and one of the sergeants, William Layton from law enforcement, come in, assist us with. William's a big time bird hunter like me, likes to travel all over and bird hunt. And then we have Brady Beck, who is a biologist for managing these game lands. And as we took these people on this walk, we told them, you don't have to walk each time, but everybody decided each time we're going to walk. And Brady said he got more questions, not about the birds and the bird hunting, but about, why is this habitat managed this way? Why do you do this? What do you use this equipment for? How do you maintain this stuff? So they learned, what does it take to manage the fire dependent environment? What does it take to manage these roads? What does it take to manage this woodpecker environment? We also learned that what Brady can do in an hour with a chainsaw, it'd take a woodpecker 2 years to do. So we got to learn, these cavities in these trees, they're not natural. I just figured the woodpeckers put them there. Oh no, Brady did it. That's what it looks like when we put it in the tree. So, they got to learn a lot about the other things the commission does, as well as enjoy a bird hunt.
Okay, we actually had 11 people attend that workshop, 2 of which were non-hunters and 6 hunted, 1 of which was a non-hunter, so more or less just tagged along. Ethnicity was 95% Caucasian, and we tend to see that more diverse ethnicity at the military installations, again, Fort Liberty, Camp Lejeune, and or rather Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. And we'll be working to continue to diversify our attendees. Some of the main takeaways from the workshop, and this was provided by students, was obviously using a dog makes it easier to hunt birds. Need to practice clay shooting more, and I absolutely could do that as well. Better idea of the habitat. And so it's always a part of biology with these workshops to understand where these animals live. And obviously that upland birds are available, but to a lesser extent than more ubiquitous species like turkey, deer, and squirrels.
As we started planning this workshop, one of the things we figured out is, you can do the classroom portion of it, and you can talk about the birds, and you can talk about the habitat, and you can go out and practice shooting. But you need to have a practical application. We need to be able to carry these people on a hunt. They need to be successful, and we need to do that. So we planned our hunt, and we took them out. We used propagated birds. That way we knew where they were, made it a little easier to find them. Didn't necessarily make it easier to shoot them, but they also learned, what does this look like? How do these birds get up? How do they fly? What do I need to learn to do to harvest these birds better ourselves? So yes, we had a successful hunt. Each participant harvested at least a bird. Some harvested several birds. So everybody got to do it. They got to see several different sets of dogs work. They got to work with dog handlers and a shooting coach. So we paired them up. So we had 2 sets of dogs, so they got to watch dogs work together, and each hunter was paired with a shooting coach. That way we could control how this happened. So when the dogs went on point, if you've ever hunted with bird dogs, they'll tell you, there's the bird. You just got to go kick it and make the bird fly. So they'll point the bird for you. We would position our shooters. We would just tell them, this is where your zone of fire. If the bird flies outside the zone of fire, the bird just gets away. So we worked on making sure that this was safe and successful for them. Once we got done, we brought all the birds back. We processed those birds. Everybody got to take home some quail. Everybody got to share recipes on how to cook the quail. They learned how to clean the quail, learned how to process them. So everybody got to take home some consumable product, and they got to end with, this is why I went hunting. Now it takes a whole lot of quail to make a meal, but everybody got to at least try some. I've got to hear from some of those participants who were able to share it with their families. They talked about how good it was to eat. They talked about how many you're going to need to make a meal. So, in all, the hunt was as successful as we wanted it to be. Next year, we hope to be able to expand this to a larger audience and maybe move it to a different location to where we can try to get some people in the more western part of the state.
Okay, so this year, unlike most years where I'm primarily piecemeal, because I do primarily work with conservation partners and at times some staff, we do have a full calendar and it's posted. So on that calendar is obviously 9 webinars. Those are 1.5 hours long, 30-minute Q&A, 10 plus minis. And what the minis are is really workshop segments that are expanded on for some people that need more information. They're 3 hours long. And then 13 8-hour workshops. And obviously pending for 2024-25, and we may have a bear webinar, or at least a workshop this year, is dove and bear to add to this. So looking at it collectively, there's programming right now that provides 3 potential iterations, webinars that you can watch from home, the plus minis if you don't want a full 8 hours, and the workshops. So enough that they can continually see WRC and its partners. And beyond that, even some of the partners that assist us, like say, for example, New Hill, Opportunity Outdoors, and Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, both North Carolina and the Armed Forces Initiative, provide those multiple iterations over time to create a new hunter. So as I close in this last slide, I just have to take a step back in my time, because as you folks notice, you know, the pigment has changed in my hair. I can remember starting out as the 12-year-old hunter in central Pennsylvania. That was when you could get a junior license and start hunting. I had a mentor, and mentors today are very much a limiting factor. So now we're dealing with a lot of social support. But to my point about my new beginnings, I can remember there was very little education. My uncle took me into the woods and he said, stand by that tree, and if you see a deer, shoot it. There was no shooting, there was no preparation, there was no scouting. So to my point, with all these iterations that we have today, I will say personally, it is far easier to become a hunter now than it was back then. And I'll close by saying, with due in large part to the very dedicated, unpaid conservation partners that give up their time, passion, and sometimes dime to help this programming survive and thrive. Thank you.
So as you can see, this team's been busy over the last several months and got several different initiatives going, got several new initiatives in there. Deep mentioned is Dove and the Black Bear Workshop, but they've also got their waterfowl and their deer and their turkey and the squirrel that they've done in the past also planned too. So the team's busy. We're going to keep evaluating this work, adjusting it, tweaking it, making it better as we go along. But Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Travis. I wanted to extend a thanks myself to these gentlemen for what they put on for us. It's every time I see and hear some of the things that go on, it amazes me that the work they do, the enthusiasm they have, and the passion they have for what they're doing. And I commend them, and Travis, absolutely good work. Are there any additional topics that need to be discussed?
One thing I want to point out, Richmond County's Tourism Development Authority hosted Whit Tuttle and his senior staff, Richmond County last month, brought them they went to the Whit Tuttle is the head of the North Carolina Tourism, Visit North Carolina. So, and they run the state Visit North Carolina website. So we brought them down and gave them a tour. They went to Webb's Farm. They went to DeWitt's, shooting place, has perennial state championship sporting clays there. They went to Lentz. They went to Coleman Creek. And y'all not familiar with Coleman Creek. They have some of the largest shooting ranges on the East Coast there. So within like a 15-minute drive, all of those shooting sports are available and right here in heart of North Carolina. So we wanted to bring the folks from Raleigh down, take them out in the field. We gave them shotguns. They got to shoot. They got a full day experience of all that. And the feedback I've gotten back from that, in particular about how impressed they were with Josh with Lentz and the presentation you all had there. All of that got back to me and it's very positive, very, very well received. So I'm hoping that they've been exposed to it, they will be able to, through tourism and their ability to extend the platform to extend what we have available in North Carolina and diversity of shooting sports opportunities. I wanted to make that point. How well Josh and his crowd did in their presentation.
Very good. Anything else need to come before the committee?
I'd like to certainly second your comments and to say that was incredibly impressive and informative and enlightening and entertaining. Thank you.
Good
I
deal.
guess one other thing, Travis, it's interesting. You say the fishermen, the people that fish the most like to use the shooting range, but they don't want to participate in kind of keeping it up. I might add. Is that, I mean,
No, I think it's just more, as Josh said in his presentation, I think it's just more of an educational thing. I don't think they're making that connection. I think the folks that are visiting our shooting ranges are enjoying our shooting ranges, but they're just not hunters. And we as our team, we just need to do a better job of letting them know that, hey, that the money that because they're paying into the shooting ranges with their excise taxes, when they buy the firearms and with their ammunition. So they're actually paying into the system. They're just not purchasing a license while they're there.
It's interesting that the stats show that once you educated them on where the money comes from, how many people change their mind?
Yeah, and then they're more likely to pay. So
Right.
that's just something, just educating them, but then also just understanding that audience and how we can market to that audience and understanding what they like and what they do. I mean, the good thing is if they like to fish, I mean, they're buying a license and they're supporting this agency, but that also gives us information where we can work with Fairley's team with marketing and how we can market to these people and get them driven into Carissa's hunting education classes and Deet's efforts that he's doing with his recruitment retention style classes. So, and get them pointed into either to us or to our partners and understand that audience. So there's a lot of positives there. They're just not, we are learning that. I think it's surprised, I know it surprised our team because we've had some long conversations about it. But that core group of using that shooting range are not hunters. But that just gives us an audience that we can recruit from later on.
Yeah, thanks.
Travis,
Yes, sir.
quick question, and I want to echo what these guys, Tom and Tommy, said about how interesting that presentation was. I had no idea about the workshops. That's real cool. Core question though is, what about safety training before they come into the shooting range? What do we do to make sure they know which end of the gun bullets come out?
The safety trainings, at the shooting ranges, if they're going through Deet's programs, we do require them to take hunter education and they go through Carissa's program. Our general shooters, there is a range safety video and range safety courses that they have to take at each individual ranges. So we give them that. And then we have our RSOs that are on site that really work one-on-one with as best we can, one-on-one with our new shooters and getting them up to speed. But we do have safety videos that they have to watch and complete before they visit. So, yes, sir.
To the previous point, if we do take the step of requiring a license to use the shooting ranges, could an initial way to do that, a hunting or fishing license? No, you don't fish with firearms.
Yeah, right.
It's still, they're
All right,
recognizing they've already paid in one
Right.
sense.
Right.
If
And there's
we're
some,
fishermen, but not hunters.
right. And with our ad hoc committee, there's some interesting conversations going on about that. So we're
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
So just a couple points I'd like to make, but one relates back, and I was gonna save this for tomorrow, but it's very timely now. Our ranges are great ways for me and us to build relationships in communities and with lawmakers. So if, I highly encourage that. I've got some that are in the works down at Lentz for local legislators there. But I also wanted to talk on, because y'all hear me say it every year, I've been involved with it since I went to work for the Wildlife Commission. But another great way, and it was proven last year in preparation for the long session, is to get members of the legislature out to our YHS tournaments. And thank y'all here for coming to those. Just about everybody sitting at this table has been with me or a staff member with the Wildlife Commission at a YHS tournament for an hour or for 8 days or 8 hours that day. But if you can come, please come. Let me get members of the legislature, put you with our educators or our enforcement officers, or most likely both. If you can come, put you in a golf cart or ride you around. It's not going to just turn you loose unless you want to, and get you a quick ride around and get these members of the legislature to see what the real mission of the Wildlife Resources Commission is. And it's more than just hunting and fishing, but the education portion of it is incredibly important to hunting heritage, shooting sports, and everything that we do in this agency. So please come to those YHS tournaments. If you got any questions about them, reach out to me, Travis, Carissa, or anybody on the team. Or Lisa. Sorry, Lisa. Didn't leave you out.
Came along that, there was something in Winston I went to this past week that was real nice, and I just happened upon it, but it was sponsored by the Wildlife Commission, the archery tournament. And I was thinking that if the commission could get a calendar of dates of some of these events at the beginning of each year, and we could put them on our calendar, because I'd like to go to more of those. And if we could just get a calendar each year of when these events are, and then we can mark it, it'd be very helpful. I know to me and probably to several other commissioners that would like to go, but then they find out about it when it's too late and already have commitments.
Sounds great. We'll do it.
Good point.
Any other comments? Not meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the fisheries committee to order. Start with Margot Minkler to do a roll call.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our February 21st, 2024 Fisheries Committee meeting. Committee Chair John Stone. Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham. Committee Member Tommy Fonville.
Here.
Committee Member Brad Stanback.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers. Committee Member Mike Alford.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have or Mr. Committee Member, you have a form.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone this meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.mcwildlife.org. As a courtesy to others, please turn off all cell phones during the meeting. Next, I'd like to call on fisheries biologist Chris Smith for a Roanoke River striped bass update.
Awesome. Thank you, commissioners, for having me today. I know some of you, of y'all, for those who don't know me, Christopher Smith, I'm the District 1 fisheries biologist. I've been working on the Roanoke River with striped bass. This will be my 11th spring. So I've witnessed the decline in this population firsthand. Y'all are probably well versed on all the background information for striped bass on the Roanoke River. I'm sure Christian has given that information to y'all previously, so I'm not going to bore you with that or take up time. It's going to be a lot of data. It'll be data and figures which will help tell the story of what's going on in our review from 2023. This past spring, we sampled weekly from April to May. Once a week is usually Mondays that we're on the sampling grounds or in the spawning grounds. Our total season catch for last year was 331 fish. These red numbers are indicate the series low or time, the lowest point in the time series. So we've never seen catches below 300 or 331 since 1991. Our overall catch per unit effort is 24 fish an hour. Once again, that's the lowest in their time series. Size range from 9 to 46 inches. We did see some of these larger fish in our samples. Age range from 1 to 13. Once again, these older fish are showing up. They're still in lower numbers than what we'd like. Age 3 catch per unit effort. So age 3 is the first time these fish show up on the spawning grounds, or at least the cohort. We can look at cohort or age class, or sorry, year class on the spawning grounds. Once again, 8.1 fish an hour was the lowest in the time series. And then age 9+ catch per unit effort. These are our biggest fish, our 27-inch fish, our big egg buses, if you will, that really help drive reproduction. 0.04 fish an hour. And I'll kind of give you, on the next few slides, I'll give you kind of comparison to what it was when the stock was recovering, when the stock was at its like prime, and then where that 2023 value fell. This is our overall catch per unit effort. Y-axis is the catch per unit effort in fish per hour. So that's fish per electrofishing hour. So the amount of time that electricity is actually in the water. This first box here on the left-hand side is when stock was recovering, 91 through 97. The highest catch per unit effort was 172 fish an hour. The lowest was 86 fish an hour.
This next box is the best stock conditions. We have the highest catch per unit efforts. We have the best age and size distribution during that time period. And that was like the mid 2000s. Highest value there was 278 fish an hour, and the lowest was 163 fish an hour. And then you can see the trend since that time period just continues to decrease until we hit 2023 with 24 fish an hour, which, as I pointed out before, was the lowest in the time series. We've never seen anything that low. The lowest beforehand was 86 fish an hour. Everything else has been triple digit catches. Looking at length distribution on the left-hand side, we have 2006, which is probably one of the better years. 2023 is on the right. Percent of catch is your y-axis, and the white bars are what would be or what's able to be harvested if harvest was open this year. So that's your 18 to 22 inch fish. You can see in 2006, our total number of fish caught was 5,545 compared to 331 fish an hour in 2023. There were sites in 2006 that exceeded our total from 2023. So one site, 1 week, we caught more than 331 fish. We're having, so 2006, these 18 to 22-year-old fish are really driving the population. And you can see that kind of falls off as they grow older. But you can also see the expanded age or length distribution in 2006. I mean, we're having fish pretty much all the way up through 43 inches. And then you can see in 2023 that a lot of those length classes are missing. Kind of the same figure. This is age distribution though. Number of fish, I switched over y-axis to number of fish to really kind of show the disparity between 2006 and 2023. We're looking at over 2,000 fish that were age 4 in 2006. And we're barely reaching a couple hundred fish in 2023. Our age distribution in 2006 went all the way up to 13, which was similar in 2023, but those numbers were super low, 1-2 fish above age 9. Looking at age 3 catch per unit effort, once again, this is when we first see a year class on the spawning grounds. We'll see the occasional 1-year-old, 2-year-old on the spawning grounds, but this is when the fish actually recruit to the gear and to the fishery. Stock recovering on the left-hand side, there's some low numbers there. 1995 was pretty low. And then if you switch over to the best stock conditions, you see this cyclical reproduction, which is normal when you have migratory fish or anadromous fish. You expect to see that cyclical spawning and reproduction. But as you can see, the trend just decreases over time. Our highs are getting lower and our lows are also getting lower to the point where, we're down pretty close to what we were seeing as the stock was recovering in 2023. Age 9 plus fish, like I said before, these are your big drivers of egg production. Over 3 million eggs per fish, depending on the size. Very low numbers of age 9 plus fish when the stock was recovering. But we see our highest catch per unit effort during the best conditions, 14 fish an hour, roughly. 2018, we had 0 zero fish over 9 years old in our samples, which was the lowest point. Even I think 95, 96, there was still probably close to, 0.1, 0.2 fish an hour. 2023, we we're at 0.4 fish an hour. So definitely low. We just don't have these large females in our population. And that's usually what makes up these age 9+ fish are the females. We don't really see males get that old. We'll see them occasionally, but it's pretty rare that a male will get 9 years or older. So what are we doing? Just a recap. Harvest is closed the spring of 2024. When harvest opens back up, we have an 18-inch minimum size limit. We recently did away with the 1/27 inch. And that was just to help protect some of those bigger fish as well. We're at a 1 fish per day creel limit. We have our barbless hook regulations in effect, the single barbless hook for artificial, which has been in place. And then we just put into place the barbless circle hook for natural or artificial bait. So that'll go into effect this year. This will be the first year that that's implemented. We continue to work with the Army Corps of Engineers to get flows out of Roanoke Rapids, Kerr, Gaston, into the targeted spring range that we need to have successful spawns. And as you see here in the photo, we've started stocking 500,000 phase one fingerlings. We started that last year, and we'll continue to do that this spring and next spring. So what are the current issues? Mortality is high, even though we've significantly reduced our harvest. It's the lowest that it's ever been in the whole system, not just on the Roanoke. The commercial harvest, the Albemarle Sound recreational harvest is the lowest that it's ever been. And it seems like mortality is high in our early life stages. We're just not seeing these year classes be productive. And it's likely an environmental issue that we haven't identified yet. And to note that these population reductions aren't just in North Carolina. We've been seeing them all along the coast, in the Chesapeake, Delaware, Hudson, all those stocks as well. The coastwide stock has also seen population reductions over the past few years. So what are we doing? Staff will continue to monitor our population every year. We'll start that probably the second week in April. We'll be on the spawning grounds pretty much every Monday, weather dependent. We've started investigations to identify potential causes of mortality, especially in these younger eggs and fry. Population will take an extended amount of time to recover. It's not going to happen overnight. We got to have these fish grow up from age 4, 5, 6 up to 15, 16, 17-year-olds. Yes, these striped bass can live upwards of 20 years, and we're barely seeing them make half of their lifespan. But we're going to continue to evaluate the potential to allow harvest every year. So even though populations may be low, we'll reevaluate next year and see if we can use up some of our quota that we're allotted. So, with that, I'll take any questions.
So, prior to 97, stock recovery was very low. What changed? Because from 2000 to 2010, it was tremendous.
Yep. We had a lot of, we definitely reduced mortality. And also during that time is when we kind of figured out where we need flows to be. Folks at ECU has done a lot of work looking at flows and flow conditions and what they need to be on the Roanoke. So combination of reduced harvest and kind of changing up flows really kind of boosted that population there.
And on the flip side of that, the problems that we've had with 2 hurricanes back to back during that declining period of time, lots of heavy rains, not being able to get optimum minimum releases from has had exacerbated other factors that may be going on. And those flow conditions are something that's really way out beyond our ability to control. What, do you know off the top of your head, what are our optimum ranges CFS out of those dams?
We want to shoot between about 4,000 CFS to probably about 10 to 12. Anything above 12 is really pushing over the banks, and will potentially push those eggs and larvae into the swamps and into the floodplains where they just settle out.
So I would assume that, and we've had these bad years that were critical when we had these high flows, we were seeing 25,000 CFS range or higher than that.
Yes, sir. So really the bad, or I say bad flows, but the flows were really an issue in 18, 19, and maybe 20. But since then, 21, 22, and this past year, we've had ideal flows. I mean, 22 and 23 have been pretty dry, so water coming out of the dams have been pretty limited. To the
That's when
point
we made the decision to start stocking, right? And that appeared to be just the last several years after we had that bad decline.
Yep.
After the high flow years.
Yes, sir. Once we saw that we're still having issues with recruitment despite having ideal flow conditions, that's when we started the discussion on stocking.
When will you be able to assess the impact of those stockings and give the commission?
So we stocked our first round last year.
Right.
So 3 years after that, so 2026, we should be able to have a good idea if that first stocking took.
So you said survivability was difficult especially for the smaller fish.
Yes,
Are we
sir.
stocking fish larger than that?
Yeah, so the fish we're stocking are about 2 inches. And what we're doing is we're putting them in the sound, the Admiral Sound. So they're bypassing, that first like 2-3 months of river time. So hopefully if there's something going on, a bottleneck in the river, we'll bypass that. And we'll be able to tell once we get some genetic results back.
So if we don't see a recovery from the stocking, problem is probably in the sound rather than flows in the river. Sound or
Yeah. But potentially, and we're working with a DMF to look at productivity in the sound. So looking at the feed and the timing of when the striped bass hatch and when their prey are hatching. They're doing some work on the lower Roanoke to look at that. We're looking at a couple of other factors, these forever chemicals. We've taken some tissue samples from striped bass and analyzed those, and there's some potential for the mother to pass those chemicals to the eggs and larvae. So that's a potential cause as well. We're still exploring that. That's preliminary. So
that probably wouldn't affect the stocked fish.
No, yeah,
Unless it comes later, they're
Yeah.
not getting that from the mother.
Yep.
Do we raise our own fingerlings?
Yes, sir. Watha, Jeff Evans at Watha raises those.
And are the paper mills upstream still a factor? They shut down?
There's a paper mill in Gaston near the Highway 48 bridge. That's a little high on the river. We do see some striped bass get up there, but it's usually in high flow periods. And then the next one down is in Plymouth, which, given that distance downriver, it could be a potential cause.
But the water's pretty clean that's coming downriver.
Yep.
And the paper mills aren't polluting.
There's some effluent, and you can tell where the effluent comes out from their settling ponds. But you don't see a whole stream going downriver. It's usually pretty localized.
Good. Other questions?
Thank you.
I'll Call on District 6 Fisheries Biologist Casey Jobert. Give an update on reservoir striped bass.
All right, thank you all for having me. Again, my name is Casey Jobert and I'm the District 6 Fisheries Biologist, and I'm going to be discussing the results from an angler survey that we recently completed on reservoir striped bass. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my co-authors, Kelsey Roberts, Piedmont Research Coordinator, and Catherine Jewell and Christina Watkins, who are social scientists here in Raleigh. So a little bit of an outline of what I'm going to be discussing today, just a little bit of background on species and the stocking program, the management need that has arisen in the past couple of years, the actual angler survey that we completed, the results from the survey, and then the management implications that are coming out of the survey results. So a little bit different than Chris, I'm referring to striped bass that are in reservoirs, but as many of you know, striped bass are native to our coastal rivers. They spend most of their life in the ocean and are anadromous. They come up to spawn in our rivers. However, biologists in the mid-1900s discovered that striped bass could be stocked into reservoirs and they could survive and be a fisheries resource for our anglers. We began stocking these species in the 1960s, and then in 1977, we also stocked Bodie bass or hybrid striped bass in North Carolina. These fisheries are generally seen as put, grow, and take fisheries. For those that don't know, we put the fish into the reservoirs, we hope they grow, and we hope that anglers take them out. Most of these fisheries are in the Piedmont and mountains, as you can see on this map. We currently stock striped bass in 11 reservoirs and Bodie bass in 6 reservoirs. Some of the reservoirs receive both species and some receive only one species, but in general, it's mostly in the Piedmont and mountain regions. So for all of these populations, our biologists can understand how our populations are doing through biological sampling. Most of this is done with gill netting, as you can see in the picture on the right. And through this sampling, we can get things like how many fish we're catching per night, the condition of the fish, and many other biological information. But one giant factor that we've really been pretty unaware of is how our anglers are perceiving these fisheries. We've never done any kind of surveys to see things like angler preferences, satisfaction, or habits. And this, in the past few years, has really come up because we are beginning to complete a reservoir Moroni management plan. So as part of this plan, we realized that we had this big data gap and we needed to fill it. And that's where our survey came in. We had a lot of questions that we wanted to ask. Are anglers even utilizing the fisheries? The basic question of are people out fishing for these species, we wanted to answer. We wanted to know if they were happy with the species that were being stocked, the locations that were being stocked. And at the end of the day, we wanted to know if anglers even knew that the Wildlife Resources Commission was the one doing the stocking. And a lot of other questions, not all of which, unfortunately, I'll be able to get into today. So the way that we went about surveying our anglers was through something called Mixed Methods, which uses both email and paper mailings. We randomly sampled 25,000 licensed anglers, and we used an incentive to hopefully get people to complete the survey. And this was 10 $50 Bass Pro gift cards that we randomly gave out to those who completed the survey. Our survey began last August and ended at the beginning of December in 2023. So just a couple months ago. And after 2023, December 2023, since then, we've been compiling our results and looking at all of these questions that we had. Our survey was done by using 3 different emails that we sent out, as well as 2 paper mailings. So initially we sent out an email that had a link in it that people could click and complete the survey. And then we sent out 2 different paper mailings as well. The first was a single letter with a QR code that people could use to scan, or the website that they could type in to do the survey. And the second mailing was a 12-page full survey packet paper that people could fill out and then mail back in with a postage paid envelope. So going straight into some of the survey results, we had 6,528 respondents. which is a 26.1% response rate. And for anyone that's done a survey like this, we were very happy with that response rate. I think I've been told that that's the highest response rate we've had of any social science survey in the recent past. 37% of people responded via the email. So that means that they clicked the link within the email to complete the survey. 47% of people completed the survey online, but from the QR code in the letter or the packet. So we can tell how they're accessing the survey. And then an additional 901 people completed the survey on paper and mailed that back in. So the big takeaway from this, people really like completing surveys online. 84% of people did complete the survey online. So going into the meat of the survey, the very first question that we asked anglers was, what species did you fish for in the last 12 months? Not only is this interesting, it also allows us to zero in on our striped bass, Bodie bass anglers. So we have species on the y-axis and percentage of respondents on the x, and people could select as many species as they wanted in this question. You can see here the top response was crappie, followed by panfish, blackfish, catfish, and then 26% of people responded striped bass or Bodie bass. I also want to quickly mention that you can see there, I did not go fishing in the last 12 months, was 12% of people. And just for clarification, we did poll people who had lifetime licenses or unified licenses. And so even though they had a fishing license, it doesn't necessarily mean that they went fishing. So from this question, unfortunately, for those that did not respond striped bass or Bodie bass as a species that they fish for, we still wanted to try to ask them a couple questions before we lost them from the survey. So the next thing that we asked those individuals was, is there anything that would make you fish for these species in the future? Unfortunately, 47% of people said no. There was nothing we could do that would make them fish for them. And that's okay. We're not necessarily trying to convince every single person to become a striped bass, Bodie bass angler in reservoirs. But it was interesting to see. Our second most popular response was stocking locations near me. And we're definitely going to look into this question. Something that's interesting we were able to do was ask anglers at the end of the survey for their zip code. So we'll actually be able to see the people who are responding with this question, how close a stocked reservoir is to them, and if there's maybe any gaps geographically that we can fill with any reservoirs to allow our anglers to be closer in location to a stocked lake. And then the next couple answers, we have updated information on stocked locations. I'm going to mention this a couple more times in the talk, but that's definitely something that we as an agency can work on pretty easily. So now we're going back to this question where we have our 26% of anglers who did fish for striped bass or Bodie bass. And these are the people who we really wanted to zone in on and get a lot of responses from. So looking at these people in particular, we had 1,802 who responded that they fished for striped bass or Bodie bass. But as we all know, and as Chris just talked about, some of these people are only fishing in coastal rivers, and that's not what we were trying to hone in on with this survey. So we were looking at the other 72% of people who fished in lakes or reservoirs. And this leaves us with 1,295 anglers. So using the total number of people who responded that they fish in reservoirs, we're able to estimate some pretty interesting numbers. First is the total number of freshwater anglers in North Carolina. This is not estimated based on our survey. This is based on actual license sales. So we know that there's about 1.4 million anglers in North Carolina. Then using our data, we can come up with 364,511 anglers who fish for particularly striped bass or Bodie bass in North Carolina. Then we go down even farther because we only care about reservoir anglers for the purposes of this survey. And we're left with an estimate of 258,219 anglers, or about 18.4% of anglers in North Carolina fishing for these species in reservoirs. We also wanted to ask a lot of important questions about the economic impact of this fishery. Our anglers responded that they spent an average of 18 days per year fishing and a total of 18 trips per year. On average, they took one other person and spent an average of $127.27 per person per trip. Using all of this data and the total estimated anglers, we're able to determine that the total expenditures and economic impact of striped bass or Bodie bass fishing in reservoirs in North Carolina annually is $430.8 million. And this is using a lot of different expenditures here that you can see, everything from food and beverages to lodging. We also wanted to ask people about their general satisfaction with their fishing experience in lakes or reservoirs. The majority of people answered this question from somewhat dissatisfied to somewhat satisfied, but unfortunately you can see that 10% of people did respond very dissatisfied with their fishing experience. So we of course wanted to try to figure out why they were very dissatisfied with their experience. And these were the top 3 reasons that came out of the survey that people selected. The top being not enough trophy-sized fish were captured, followed by the lake was not stocked with striped bass, and that fish in general are too small. The next thing we looked at, kind of in the same realm, was looking at a lot of different factors and their importance and satisfaction. So for those of you that aren't familiar, this is a satisfaction matrix. On the X, we have mean satisfaction, going over to 5, which would indicate the highest level of satisfaction, and then mean importance on the Y. Again, 5 would be something that's extremely important to them. So as an example, in the top right corner, you can see that being outdoors is something that our anglers have extremely high satisfaction with, and it's extremely important. This is good news. We don't have to change the outdoors. People like the outdoors. So, but however, you can see, for example, towards the middle, catching a trophy fish was definitely lower on the importance and lower on the satisfaction. So that's something that we could look at. With this matrix, another thing that we look at is this top left quadrant. I like to refer to it as the quadrant of doom. Thankfully, nothing is falling into that quadrant. That would be things that are extremely important and they're extremely dissatisfied with. So thankfully, we didn't have anything fall into that quadrant. The next question we wanted to know was whether or not people were aware that the species that they were fishing for in reservoirs were stocked by the commission. And from this figure, you can see that unfortunately 43% of our anglers did not know that they were stocked. We did ask our anglers about their angling expertise from novice to expert, and awareness did increase significantly with angling expertise, as one would kind of assume. But from this, we can definitely see that increasing marketing of our stocking program, letting people know that we're out there putting these fish that they are physically fishing for, is something that we can definitely work on in the future. For the people who did know about stocking, we wanted to know, how did they find out about it? The top response was word of mouth, followed by the website or social media. And so again, this is something that we can really work on. You can see there at the bottom that signage was only 2% of people. And so that's something that we can easily try to change and increase people's knowledge of the stocking. So similar to the how satisfied were you with your fishing experience, we wanted to ask now specifically if they were satisfied with the stocking program. We see pretty similar results here, with the majority of people kind of falling out in the middle, from somewhat dissatisfied to somewhat satisfied. But unfortunately, again, we had 12% of people respond very dissatisfied. So we didn't want to stop there. We wanted to ask, you know, what are the things that are making you dissatisfied with the program? What are your preferences? So the top 2 responses there were that they think more striped bass needed to be stocked and less Bodie bass. And then the second response was that they thought everything was fine and nothing needed to be changed. So that's a response that we weren't too surprised to get, but we do think that there can be some changes in the future to increase satisfaction. We asked what would make them more satisfied with the stocking program, and the top response was updated information on stocked locations. I know I probably sound like a broken record, but that's definitely something that we can work on in the future, getting out social media posts and information about our stocking in our reservoirs. Stocking new locations was also something that people responded with. And while I'm not able to present it today, people were able to write in locations that they believed should be stocked. And so we can use that information to determine the feasibility of that stocking. And also, of course, some people did say stocking new locations, and then they listed places that were already stocked. So again, education will definitely be something that can come in the future. We also asked what kind of vessel our anglers were fishing from. And while this was not surprising information, anecdotally, we all thought that this was going to be the case, but it is interesting to see in the data that 87% of people did respond that they fished from a motorized boat in our reservoirs. So from all of this information and a lot more that I wasn't unfortunately able to get into today, there's already management implications coming out of this survey. The first is that a lot of this information and really the whole survey is going into our management plan, which will be completed by the end of 2024. We also plan on increasing outreach and marketing regarding the stocking program. And we would like to attempt to reach younger and more diverse anglers through things like in-person or virtual fishing classes, potentially. I wasn't able to get into it today, but we did ask for demographics, and about 94% of our anglers are white males between the ages of 40 and 74. So there's a pretty large population out there that we could reach to increase the number of people fishing for these species. We also can look at determining the feasibility of increasing trophy-sized fish or focusing on certain lakes to get trophy-sized fish. This was something that anglers definitely responded as something that they wanted. We can also evaluate locations and proximity to anglers. As I mentioned, we know where our survey takers were located, and we can see where those people are, how close they are to a striped bass lake, and even more importantly, the people who did not respond that they fish for striped bass or Bodie bass, we can see where they're located and if geographically that might be a reason that they're not fishing in our reservoirs. We also can evaluate data on a lake-by-lake basis to determine if stocking or management changes are necessary. We did have people rank our lakes by which ones they thought were the best or which ones they actually fish for. And so there's a lot of data there that we can get into to look on a lake-by-lake basis. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge all the people that made this project possible. Our social scientists obviously did a huge amount of work on this project. Our biologists who are working around the state to stock these species, our hatchery personnel who are producing our striped bass and Bodie bass fingerlings. Of course, without the hatchery, we would have no fish to stock. And then our survey takers. If no one completes a survey, we do not have survey results. So we, of course, thank all of those people who took our survey. And with that, if I have time, I'd be happy to take any questions. And I'd also like to leave you with a poem that was randomly submitted by one of our anonymous anglers. We're pretty sure it's not AI generated.
What criteria is used in determining which reservoir that we stock?
Yeah, so a lot of them have been stocked for years, so it's almost historical at this point. But we look at things like habitat availability. We look at whether or not lakes nearby are already being stocked, but it does differ for every district. So essentially, district biologists are the ones choosing whether or not these species are stocked into reservoirs. And a lot of this is what we're actually looking at in the management plan right now. Because I know for me, like I kind of came in and the species were already stocked. There's a lot of anglers that just expect the species to be there, but we're really trying to get into the nitty gritty of, you know, why are we stocking these lakes? Are they the best places for them to be going into? So there's a lot of different factors, but mainly habitat availability, you know, how well the fish can do in the reservoirs that we stock them.
Jordan Lake is not, is it?
Jordan Lake is not currently stocked, no.
So growth rate, I know it's a broad range question and a lot of variables involved, but let's just say my lake, Hyco Lake, how long is it taking a fish to get to 5 pounds?
I'm not completely sure about Hyco. It's not in my district, but 5 pounds, it's probably taking 3 or 4 years. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if anyone here wants to comment, but
It's at least 4 years.
yeah,
It's at least 4 years, Commissioner. 4 years.
it is taking a while for our fish to get to considerable sizes in reservoirs.
The
in North Carolina.
survival rate is 10%. Again, I know there are a lot of variables involved. Hard
A
to
lot of
tell.
variables involved, but yeah, that's probably a solid, pretty solid number, about 10%. Make it for that.
And some of our lakes have very high fishing mortality, like Norman comes to mind. It's an extremely popular fishery where a lot of fish are being taken out. At the end of the day, that is the goal, that anglers can take these fish from the reservoirs if they choose to. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is something we keep in mind when we're doing our stocking rates and looking at our species and making regulations.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll call on District 4 Fisheries Biologist Kyle Rachels for a presentation on Lumber River Angler Survey.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'd like to begin by acknowledging all the folks who contribute a lot more to this project than I did. I especially want to recognize Cheyenne Mata. She's currently on our HWI team, but she was the creel technician for the duration of this project. And she spent about 1,000 hours interviewing the anglers actually on the Lumber River. If you're not familiar, the Lumber River is part of the Yadkin Pee Dee River Basin. It originates kind of on the southeast side of the Uwharries, flowing through the Sandhills. It runs into South Carolina near Fair Bluff and Nichols, meeting the Little Pee Dee River, later on the Great Pee Dee River, and finally entering the Atlantic Ocean. Zooming into the Lumber River proper, the main stem Lumber River begins about 10 miles south of Southern Pines, North Carolina, where it forms the border between Scotland and Hope counties, flows through Robeson County and the county seat of Lumberton, and then it forms the border between Robeson and Columbus counties. This is a blackwater system, and the area around the Lumber River is really unique, both economically and culturally. Beginning with economics, the North Carolina Department of Commerce ranks counties according to a 3-tiered system. And the counties that are in red are in the high economic distress category. If you actually look at the rankings for each county, Scotland and Robeson County in 2023 were the most economically distressed counties in the state of North Carolina. I mentioned there's also a unique cultural aspect of this area. The Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina has over 60,000 members. It's the largest indigenous tribe east of the Mississippi River, and it's also about the 9th or 10th largest federally recognized tribe in the United States, but that federal recognition does not confer any benefits like land trust or federal services. The tribe and tribal members have been discriminated against. There's a long history of that, and it's probably one of the reasons for the economic distress that continues today. Because of the unique characteristics of this fishery, and because we've never conducted an angler survey on the Lumber River, our goal was to quantify catch, effort, and harvest in the Lumber River, as well as the economic impact of the fishery. And we also wanted to know anglers' opinions regarding management. We identified 24 access sites along the Lumber River. The sites in green are state maintained, either by Lumber River State Park or by the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission as boating access areas or public fishing areas. The orange stars denote the private or municipal owned access areas. Generally, these are landings or areas that don't have any kind of pier or fishing infrastructure associated with them. We conducted a random survey designed to interview anglers. We randomly selected 2 weekend days and 2 weekdays each week. We actually considered Friday a weekend day to provide us some flexibility in our sampling. If a day was selected, then we randomly selected a site for a 3-hour session in the morning. That was followed by a randomly selected 3-hour session at a different boat ramp or a different access area in the afternoon. Each session was 3 hours in duration. And we interviewed every angler who was completing their fishing trip, or if there were still anglers fishing at the end of the day, then we interviewed them when we were leaving the ramp. And we asked them this pretty long panel of questions, but basically how long they were fishing that day, what they were fishing for, how were they fishing for them, what species they caught and what species they were targeting. We asked information on their expenses that day, how much they spent fishing and how much more they would be willing to spend to have the same type of trip that they had that day. We also asked for their opinions on a few topics that were of management interest to us. And since we had them in front of us, we asked some demographic information. We didn't collect any personally identified information with the survey. In total, we conducted 382 of those 3-hour Creel sessions between January and December 2022. We interviewed 399 angling parties. A party could be more than one angler fishing together. So we contacted over 751 anglers fishing the river in 2022. 3/4 of the angling parties that we interviewed were actually fishing from the shoreline. They were fishing from the bank. Only about 23% of the anglers fishing Lumber River are fishing from a canoe, kayak, creek boat, or motorized vessel. 63% of the anglers that we interviewed were from Robeson County, and about 93% of the anglers were from a county adjoining the Lumber River proper. Very few of the anglers are actually coming from outside of southeastern North Carolina. About half of the anglers fishing the river are targeting nothing. They're just looking for anything that bites. Sunfish was the actual first grouping of species that folks were actually targeting, followed by largemouth bass, catfish, and other species. And 47%, almost half of the anglers fishing the Lumber River, self-identified as being Native American. You'll recall we asked folks their opinions regarding management as far as what would improve their fishing trips. So this is kind of a free form where they just gave us really anything that could improve the trip. 43% of the responses we received said keep everything as it is, don't change anything at all. The biggest suggestion that we got was reducing trash at a site. We'll delve into that more in just a little bit. But it's interesting to see that of the activities that the commission might normally be associated with, things like providing enforcement, stocking fish, or changing fishing regulations, that was less than 4% of the recommendations that we got. Looking more closely spatially at some of the responses that we got, this map on the left-hand side, the larger the circle, the more anglers, the heavier the fishing pressure at that site. The number 2 most utilized site along the Lumber River was our High Hill boating access area in Lumberton, North Carolina. The most popular site for fishing the Lumber River is actually a little privately owned swimming hole in the middle of nowhere, but actually about 5 miles from another one of our boating access sites. That was by far and away the most popular site along the entire river. Looking at the sites where we interviewed more than 20 angling parties in 2022, this is on the bottom right-hand side, and this is just the question of keep everything as it is and how many of those responses we received from each of those sites. So generally, we're thinking that folks who are fishing at all of the state-maintained access areas, most of those anglers are saying keep everything as it is. We like it. We like what the opportunities that are being provided. The privately owned or areas that are not state maintained, we actually saw this a lower response of keep everything as it is. Usually those were the sites where we were seeing a lot of trash buildup and people commenting on that. And it was interesting because the most popular site along the entire river had, if keep everything as it is a measure of angler satisfaction, it had the lowest. So in 2022, we estimated that about 39,000 anglers fished the Lumber River, expending about 95,000 hours of angling effort. That effort was pretty spread throughout the entire year, but effort was highest during the spring and summer months, but we still saw considerable effort in the fall and winter. The table on the bottom right, bluegill was the most caught species. About 63% of the bluegill that were caught were harvested. Red ear sunfish and channel catfish and flathead catfish had similarly high levels of harvest. Conversely, largemouth bass, similar to other angler surveys we've conducted, had a pretty low harvest rate, although the 6% harvest in the Lumber River is a little higher than we do see in some of our other angler surveys. Overall, there was an estimated 51,000 fish that were caught in 2022, and about 52% of those fish were harvested by anglers. Overall, we estimated in 2022 that anglers spent about $750,000 on direct fishing related expenditures. And you'll recall, we asked them how much more would they be willing to pay to have a similar trip? And we view this as a kind of an estimate of what is the value of this fishery to those anglers. And combining that with what they actually spent, that willingness to pay is about $1.5 million in this in this area that has, is economically distressed. So to summarize, this is a very, North Carolina from the coast to the mountains is very unique, has a lot of unique places, and Lumber River exemplifies that. Anglers are fishing for anything that bites, even though there's really a trophy sunfish fishery, but bluegill does seem to be the species that bites the most. This is not a bluegill, it's a red-breast sunfish. And the demographics of the river, almost half of the anglers fishing the Lumber River are Native American. And it is unlikely that you'll find that on a Blackwater River anywhere else in the southeastern United States. And moving forward, probably the most important thing is working with our partners to preserve and enhance shoreline angling access, since that is how most of the anglers are accessing fishery. So I just really briefly went through this. We have a final report that is available on our website. If you have any further questions, I'd be happy to entertain them at this time.
You mentioned the harvest rate was like 60% or something.
Yes, sir.
Are these folks fishing for food or fun?
It seems like a little bit of both. There's definitely, with that high harvest rate, the only other area that we've seen that level of harvest is on the Chowan River about 20 years ago. Some folks, when we were out there looking, they were definitely fishing for food.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Kyle. Next call on Christian Waters for one more updates.
Good morning. Thank you. My first update will be about the Bobby N. Setzer State Fish Hatchery renovations. This is something that you have all heard about quite a bit, but I do want to just tell you where we are, because we are getting closer and closer after what it seemed like forever to get to this point. So for those that aren't involved as much as others, just to give you the quick background, originally this was the Pisgah National Fish Hatchery, built in the 1950s, originally operated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's transferred to the U.S. Forest Service, and then we began operating under a special use permit in 1983. It is our largest trout hatchery, and it produces about 75% of the trout needed for the public mountain trout program. That not only includes fish that are raised to catchable sizes that are stocked out of this facility, but it also includes those smaller fingerlings and eggs that are transferred to other hatcheries for further grow out. So our renovation timeline, this has been a project that's been ongoing for many years, but it was back in 2019 when we actually began the true initial design and initial permitting for the project that is currently underway. It was in 2023, as y'all are aware, that the General Assembly gave us appropriations for $20 million to go towards this project. And of course, y'all have also approved to use $19 million from our endowment fund. So this will be a $39 million project once it is all said and done. Of course, the design continued through 2023, and now the design and the permitting is now being finalized. including a special use permit from the U.S. Forest Service, which we've worked quite hard on, and we've given updates prior about that whole process and the public comment period and all that has recently occurred. Throughout 2024, we'll be stocking as we normally do, but we won't be working to replenish those fish like we normally would. So by the end of 2024, through our normal stocking practices, we will basically have emptied the hatchery so that it is in preparation for actual construction. We'll also be implementing, and I'll get into this a little bit more here shortly, but implementing a public communications plan. In 2025 and 2026, those are the 2 years of main renovation work. Initially will be demolition. Most of the infrastructure on the site will be demolished and reconstructed. During that time period, we will be forced to have reduced stockings because obviously this facility produces a lot of the fish that we stock. And I'll explain that a little more as well here in a minute. We'll also be taking that time to revise our trout management plan so that once we are coming out of the renovation process, we'll be ready to hit the ground, hopefully with a overall better product. Public communications will continue throughout this. We have a plan for that. So in 2027, we're hoping, if all goes well, that's when the hatchery will be complete and ready to be fully reoccupied. But it'll take 2027, 2028 to basically grow and produce the fish to refill the hatchery. So during that time period, while we'll be continually expanding off of our reduced stockings, there still will be some reduced stockings because we won't be fully populated until 2029. And so by 2029, we hope to have the hatchery fully repopulated, and we'll return to normal operations. And again, throughout this entire process, we'll do public communications pretty much constantly. So just as a refresher, quickly, why are we going through all this? Why are we having to rebuild? Well, the raceway infrastructure, there's been failures. They've been small, but larger failures could be very catastrophic to the program. The pipes are leaking, and to be honest, are a bit inefficient in their design. So we'll be redesigning and replacing them. Let's see, the hatchery building is after 70 years, it needs to be reconstructed. We're looking at implementing new technology. And then, of course, based on what we saw several years ago, we're building in some flood resiliency into the site as well. So what would a future sector look like? The building kind of in the background is a drawing of what the raceways will look like. So those that have been to the site now, it'll look very different because we're talking about putting a structure on top of the raceways in order to provide cover. But the things that will come with the renovations, again, will be state-of-the-art facility. We'll have much more efficient water use. We'll have some increased capacity, and the site will be flood resilient. And we'll also be hopefully reducing water temperatures, or we will be reducing water temperatures, not only in the raceways, but downstream. There'll be improved water quality downstream because of the use of new technologies. So overall, we feel like it'll just be a much better end product. So what will the short-term angler impacts be, knowing that we're going to have to? Yes, sir.
We've all been to the site several times. I'm not familiar with what we're building on the flood resiliency. Can you address
Oh,
that?
okay. Yes, sir. So with the flood resiliency, basically, the hatchery building will be raised a little bit. So there'll be some additional foundation there. And then the structure itself, for the raceways will have, a retaining wall that will go around it. So we would have the structure that would come up over, but now instead of it being, open to the bottom or chain link to the bottom, there will be a bit of a retaining wall that should prevent water from going into the facility.
Thank you.
So the short-term angler impacts. So we're talking over the next, 3-4 years. 2024 will be operation as normal. We'll be emptying out the facility as we go, but there will be no changes to the stockings. They will continue as scheduled. In 2025, 2026, there will be, a substantial impact. We will have to reduce stockings by 65%. And that's a simple, just straight calculation number based on the fact that currently about 65% of the catchables that are stocked directly from Setzer. So if Setzer's down, then that's by default a 65% reduction. With that said, we are making adjustments. We don't have a lot of July stockings, but we have some. We plan to eliminate those. And that's in part because of water temperatures at the time, typically in July, but also the angling pressure that occurs in July. The winter impoundment stockings that are so popular that we do across the state. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do those for the next few years. We are continuing and have continued to look to purchase trout, but the more and more we look into it, that is going to be limited. But we do believe there is some potential there where we can be very targeted towards a certain time and a certain place where we might be able to get a private hatchery to grow fish for us. And of course, if they do that, then that frees up some of our production to be used elsewhere. We hope that we'd be able to obtain fish from other states if available. That's really going to be a case-by-case basis as we go through time, but we've been very fortunate over the years of sharing fish with other states and them sharing fish with us. So at the end, basically what we are doing is we're looking at a situation where we plan to stock all streams, but they'll be stocked at a reduced rate and there will be reduced frequency. And we feel like these reductions hopefully will only occur for 2 years at that drastic of a level, 25, 26. But it depends on construction and how quickly we can get back in the facility. But to give you a little better example of what we mean when we talk about rate and frequency. So this is looking at Wilson Creek, and these are numbers that our staff are continuing to calculate and generate, and they're doing it, basically stream reach by stream reach. But just to give you an example, Wilson Creek for the hatchery supported section in 2023, our normal stocking would be 4 months. In 2025, we plan to only stock it basically 2 months. So we'll stock it half as often. And with the reduced rate, that means the total number of fish would be 19,000 that would be put in there over those 4 months will now be reduced to 6,650 put in over a 2-month period. So there will be a reduction, but it is the cost of doing the business we need to do at the hatchery. Wilson Creek delayed harvest. Normally that would be 6 months, 4 months in the spring, 2 months in the fall. Well, now we'll reduce that to 3 months, 2 months in the spring, 1 month in the fall. We would normally stock over that 6-month period, 26,000, a little over 26,000 fish. And now in 2025, we're estimating about 9,400 fish that would be stocked. So what we're hoping to do or planning to do is a pretty robust communications plan. our CMD staff have been working with us and continue to work with us to put that together. And we want to make sure that anglers understand what's gonna happen, why it's gonna happen. I'm sure they won't like it, but it is, again, the cost of having the future benefit. So we're looking at videos. Of course, we'll have dedicated website. We'll be reaching out to all our media contacts. And again, this stuff will be ongoing almost continuously. Updates in the newsletter. We'll be doing social media posts. We have and will continue to talk about trout in the podcast. And then hopefully, well, there will be a grand reopening. We hope it'll be in 2027 if all goes well. And again, this whole process will begin in the spring of 2024. Before I take any questions, we do have our initial video that we've put together about the project, and we'd like to show that now, if we could, Mallory, the video. And let you see kind of what we're talking about as far as some of our communications.
Originally built in 1957, the Bobby and Setzer State Fish Hatchery is the largest trout hatchery in North Carolina and is crucial to the success of the Commission's Public Mountain Trout Water Stocking Program. Providing 75% of the trout needed for the program, this hatchery has been extensively used almost uninterrupted for 67 years. And with crumbling infrastructure, it has progressively become more difficult to maintain and keep in operation.
It's to the point now that the infrastructure is so old and crumbling that we could actually lose operations at any time. You know, if we had a pipe bust and shut the water off to the fish, you know, we'd lose all production at that time.
Because of the difficulty to maintain, the hatchery has been selected for a complete renovation, which will impact trout production for a 2-year period starting in January of 2025. The impact on anglers will be minimized as much as possible. Opening day stockings will continue as scheduled, but once construction begins, there will be a reduction in fish stock, less frequent stocking dates, and lower large fish percentages in the total stocking numbers. Once the renovation is complete, the hatchery will be a completely new state-of-the-art facility with increased efficiency, enhanced production, and a more environmentally sound footprint.
So what's going to happen once the renovation's done and Setzer's back and operational? So obviously we'll return back to our current stocking numbers and current stocking locations, and you know the program will go back to what it was. But we're also looking at enhancing the program, whether it be through adding new programs, new stockings, bringing on new waters, things like that. So we're looking into that right now, and we'll implement that after we determine what the increase in production is.
The Commission will regularly provide updates to the public through all its communication channels. To follow the progress of the renovation, scan the QR code.
So, we understand as an agency that, a lot of people are going to be disappointed, for the next 2 years during this renovation process, that, our stocking numbers, the number of fish that are stocked is going to be decreased. However, it's necessary, with the infrastructure here. If it was to fail tomorrow, which it could, we'd be out of the program possibly for, up to 5 years of reduced stocking. And the good thing about it, kind of like pardon our mess, but, we're doing this renovation so that we can continue the stockings into the future and then also enhance and create more opportunities for folks down the road.
For more information on the Bobby and Setzer State Fish Hatchery renovation, please scan the QR code or go to ncwildlife.org.
So that's the kind of the kickoff, if you will. We intend to, again, be pretty much continuous communications throughout this whole process in order to ensure anglers kind of know where we are, what's going on. And then of course, back to the trout management plan, our intent will be to work with them in order to determine how to move the program forward once renovations are done. So with that, I'd be glad to take any questions about the Setzer project. Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, we had showing that the reduced stocking for the next 2 years, from I guess now till 26, be reduced stocking. But the plant, the hatchery is not gonna be completed and up to full capacity till 29. How are we filling that gap, or what does that statement mean exactly, I guess?
So what we'll, hopefully we'll get back into the hatchery as quickly as we can get in and start production and growing fish as quickly as we can. So, worst case scenario, if that is our baseline, then there'll continue to be reduced stockings. We just won't be at 65%. We'll be at,
Got you.
80% or something like that. And that'll get better as we get more fish into the system. But we're also hopeful that with partnering with other states, there's opportunities, just like we'll try to reduce or help that 65% reduction in 25 and 26. There may be opportunities that in 27 and 28 that we'll be able to get fish from other locations. And again, we'll try to get fish from every source we can, including purchasing them if that's even an option.
Kind of like we did when the hurricane first hit.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is a great example where, we stood up here and said that we're out of business, and then David Deaton and others worked with other states, and we were ended up, there really was very little impact other than maybe some, species ratios being off.
Yeah, that's a great example of the great job y'all do, Chris. It really is. You deserve kudos for that, because
Thank you.
that was without warning.
Yeah.
But on that statement, I want to make sure I'm clear. All reductions will last for at least 2 years, meaning that the most reduction is going to occur in the next 2 years. And then hopefully we'll start ramping up, not that they'll end after 2 years, but we'll start ramping up after 2 years.
Yes,
Back to
sir.
where we were.
That is
And by
exactly right.
2029, hopefully we would do it.
Yeah.
Back to normal production. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's exactly right. Yes.
One more weedy question. which
Okay.
Doesn't have a lot to do with anything other than just curiosity, but I understand how we cool the raceway waters. But there's something in there about cooling the stream itself, the waters in the stream. How do we do that?
So basically right now, the water comes in and it flows through the raceways and it's in the full sun.
Sure.
So it heats up, and then that water is then discharged into the stream. So we're discharging warm water into the stream. It may be only a few degrees, but it's warmer. Whereas with the shelter, the expectation is that pretty much the water temperature coming in will be the water temperature going out. And so therefore it'll benefit not only the raceways and the fish in the raceways, but also the river itself.
So we're not doing anything to the river itself.
No,
It's just
no.
the water releasing.
That's
Perfect.
right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? But not seeing any before I leave this topic, I would quickly like to say thank you to all of y'all for the effort that y'all have put forth and the commitment that you've put forth. And I'm not even going to begin to name off staff that have been involved in this, from the director, down, that has, made this happen and will continue to make this happen. This is pretty exciting that we're at this point. With that, I will move on to our last update, if that's acceptable. So this one's a really quick update, just one quick slide, but just wanted to keep you apprised of where we are with DMF and the Marine Fisheries Commission. The Marine Fisheries Commission are meeting this week. So they start this afternoon, this evening, with a committee meeting and public comment. And then the bulk of their meeting, their actual business meeting, is tomorrow and Friday. 3 species that we're still working with them, or trying to work with them on and tracking. First of all, mullet. That stock assessment is complete. They've gone through the fisheries management plan process, and they will be discussing it at this meeting. So it's on the schedule for tomorrow to discuss what their preferred management options are. And so once they determine what their preferred management options are, then that will provide us the information we need to figure out the next steps that we need to take, which could or may involve temporary rulemaking. So just want to make sure everybody was aware of that. Flounder harvest season dates is, we understand that is being, they're still looking at that and studying that. Decision will be made soon, is what we have been told. And once again, once we know what they intend to do, then we'll make our decision and come back to y'all. And again, it may involve temporary rulemaking, depending on what and if we get that information, when we get that information. And then finally, spotted sea trout, that is something that we mentioned late last year because we knew they were working on it. That stock assessment is just now being completed, and then they'll go through the fisheries management plan. So right now, they are not planning to take that up until the fall of this year. So discussions and decisions will come later with that. And once again, we'll keep you advised probably at every meeting at some level as to where we are with these different species and what might entail for us. And with that, that is, I think, everything we have, and be glad to answer any questions.
Any more questions for Christian? The other additional topics for the Fisheries Committee? The committee meetings adjourned.
Finance,
Two
audit,
weekends
and
ago.
compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, we will welcome and open the Finance Audit and Compliance meeting. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will also be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Margot Minkler will now perform the roll call.
Do a roll call for our Finance Audit and Compliance Committee. Committee Chair Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Standback.
Here.
Committee Member David Hoyle. Committee Member John Coley.
Here.
Committee Member Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Committee Member Mike Alford.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Ms. Minkler. Now I'm going to call on CFO Jason Connell.
All right, good morning, everyone. What we're going to do is go ahead and take a look at the numbers for our general fund and capital improvement funds. As we generally do at these committee meetings, we'll have a comparison of the current fiscal year to date as compared to the previous fiscal year to date. And I'll draw your attention to any items that have a variance in excess of $1 million, either up or down from this point last year. Excuse me. We did see a decrease in federal funding in our general fund of about $1.1 million. I don't think that's an accurate reflection of federal funding. I think that speaks more to delays in processes as we've implemented recently, not one, but two main systems. So I think that as we get into the next month or two, we'll see those numbers track a bit more average with the prior year. We did also see a decrease of about 2.2 million in sales and services. That's predominantly due to timber harvesting. And we've seen the revenues from that timber harvesting pick up quite significantly in the last month or two. So again, I think as we go into the future in the next couple of months, we'll see those numbers kind of catch up with activity from the previous year. Excuse me. Down here under other financing sources in your revenue category, we did see an increase from the previous year of just about $6 million. That's largely attributable to, almost entirely to, some funds that we carried forward from the previous year around a dam removal project, and we're working to spend down those funds as we speak. We additionally saw a slight increase in appropriated funding, and some of that, as you know, is geared towards some special projects. We had some funding allocated for, excuse me, a number of different initiatives in our general fund. Moving on to the expenditure category. Didn't have anything in excess of $1 million there to draw any attention to. As we look at the capital improvement category, we did have a slight increase in federal, about $1.5 million increase in federal revenue on the capital side. That's due to federally supported land acquisitions that we've seen so far this year. We did have a decrease, significant decrease, about $4.4 million in the category of contributions, gifts, and grants. That decline is due to some funding that we were receiving as a state grant from DPS for disaster relief. The storms that we were responding to, I think that went as far back as Florence, Fred, and maybe even Matthew. Some of that disaster response, those projects have been completed, so that additional support has kind of dried up on that front.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Real question. When y'all rebuild, do you guys rebuild it like, I know sometimes if there's a culvert or something, you guys make it bigger so it doesn't get washed out again? I mean, do you guys, when it's rebuilt, I know we got to cover the difference, but from where the federal money's come from, but do we typically do that to rebuild better, I guess?
Speak to that from our land ability with the funding where they will fund the extra for what they call mitigation.
Sure.
Culvert size or.
So I guess, so when we get washed out or whenever we have these big storms, we replace them so it won't happen again. Every time I guess it's a new stuff. Right. Thank you. Thanks for letting me interrupt there.
And I think the only other item of note in the capital category down here in expenditures, we did see a decrease of about 1.2 million, 1.275 in capital outlay. From what I can tell, that's largely due to more money that we had spent at this point last year on construction design contracts. I think as we move further into the fiscal year, some of those high priority construction and renovation projects that you heard mentioned earlier, that number, I think will begin to true up a little bit and track more in line with what we've seen before. If there's any questions about, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
quick question. Other financing uses about a third of the expenditures. Give me a brief understanding where that is.
Are you talking about down here transfers out?
Correct.
Okay.
Other financing uses.
So much of that is misleading at first glance. These are transfers kind of between our agency's own buckets, if you will. So whether that be transfers of license or vessel receipts to our operating fund. As we look at the final report of the year, much of that will have been eliminated. So of that 30 million, the bulk of that is probably movements between our own buckets, if you will.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. If there's any other questions before I move on to our endowment fund?
Any other questions? All right, let's move on. Yeah.
All right. So looking at our endowment fund, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention before we started that all the data we're looking at here is as of December 31st of 23. Our endowment fund balance as of that point in time is $178,507,873.21. As of December 31st, that allocation was represented by about 5.6% in our short-term investment fund, a little over 12% in our bond index fund, and the remainder just over 82% in our equity index fund. Expendable interest as of December 31st is just shy of $59 million. We've seen the markets perform quite well since we last met. I think it was at about 44 million last time we met. So that expendable income is growing. And we believe we've got enough on hand now to support our known obligations, capital obligations through the next few years. What's not reflected on this graphic, as you all voted last time at our meeting to transfer our bond balance into the short-term investment fund, that was completed in January. So we now have about 32 million on hand in our short-term investment fund to support not only Samarkand and Setzer, but some other renovation and construction projects that we have on tap over the next couple of fiscal years. Yes, sir.
Guys, what is our fund balance peak? Is that it?
To my knowledge, this is as high as we've ever seen it. And I think with that heavy equity portfolio that we've got now, I think we will continue to see that grow quite substantially over the future.
Remind me, the short-term index fund, that'll be spent over the next several years as we continue, as we pay for those projects. That means obviously you're not gonna pay all up front, you pay as it goes along. What, is there any interest going on there or it was pretty low, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's minimal. There is some interest, but it's so minimal that I don't even know that it's worth counting on. But what we do get out of that is some protection against market volatility and not having to worry about that expendable income bucket decreasing too quickly.
Nice. And is there any way, I guess, BlackRock controls our funds, right? Wasn't that?
They do with regard to the equity fund. For that short-term fund, that's under the control of the state treasurer's office.
Okay.
So that'll be totally outside the scope of BlackRock.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding me.
Anything else? All right. Well, if that's it, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. All right, next we'll call on internal auditor Steve Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning and almost lunch, everyone. I will be brief and whoop. Just have a couple of things here on the agenda. Just a little update on the GO Outdoors NC reporting work that the internal audit group is now doing, and the purchasing card review and process improvement. So first point here, GO Outdoors reporting again, as I've mentioned in prior meetings, and as Jason just mentioned, implementation of a new system always brings on significant risk in a lot of situations. So one of the things we wanted to make sure of, especially when you farm it out to a third-party provider, you want to test the reliability of the reporting, because to make sure that, what you're getting out of the system is in fact what's happening. So internal audit did a preliminary sample of a 20 sample days of revenues in as compared to the GO NC report, and there were no significant issues noted there. So I'm pleased to hear that and see that that's happening. The second thing is the purchasing card review. Now, the Office of State Budget and Management, the Central Internal Audit Office, that's a large title. They built a Microsoft Power BI tool, which is basically just a slicer and dicer. When you have a lot of data and you want to put basically filters on it to see if there are any transactions in this case that are unusual or that you think are out of compliance with regulations. So we took the time period July 1st, 23 to December 31st and put it in this Microsoft Power BI analysis tool, and no unusual purchasing activity was noted. Now, what it does is it'll go in and look and say, okay, it can tell you where the purchases were made. It can tell you if a person potentially was trying to split a transaction. We have a threshold limit for each P card transaction where a person can only spend so much each day. So if I go into Bill's Marine place and I want to buy a motor that's $7,500, I might go in and say, okay, well, I'll give you $3,500 on the swipe today and $3,500 tomorrow. Well, that would not be in compliance with WRC P card regulations. So, and this program will identify those types of transactions. So let me jump back to the reporting. The one thing I didn't read my own notes. Internal audit's not the only entity that's looking at this. Finance is also working through making sure that things reconcile, reports are correct, and there's a lot of information, a lot of reports. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that internal audit is not the only entity that's looking at this stuff, as well as IT from their perspective, making sure that reports are correct and things are working as designed. Purchasing card review. One feature of the Microsoft Power BI program is you can put in a search term across all of your transactions, and we do roughly 18,000 to 20,000 transactions a year. So it's handy to have something to go in and be able to put in like the term gift card, because as everyone knows, or probably has heard at some point, people would be fraudulently buying gift cards, using them for their own benefit, and not again against regulations. So it's a very easy to use tool, and it's a powerful tool. So the other thing is we're doing some P card reporting, because again, from all these transactions and all this data, we want to make sure that the field has the tools necessary to be able to monitor all this stuff. Because again, even with all this highfalutin technology, it still boils down to a person looking at it and saying, no, that looks okay. Oh, no, let me look at that. So we're trying to get an optimum level of reporting out to the divisions, so they're not bogged down in too much detail, but they have enough to monitor their P-card activity. Last but not least, and Director Ingram, I'm going to go off script just a little bit. It's not on the slides, but I promise I won't say anything incriminating or otherwise out of character. So finally, as the internal auditor, it is my duty to inform you of any personnel changes, right? So if Jason would leave, or if Director Ingram would leave, I would have to say, well, commissioners, this is it. We're doing whatever X, Y, Z to fill that slot or whatever. So the reason I'm informing you of this personnel change is that it's my retirement coming up in April. So I've truly enjoyed my time here at WRC. Don't make me cry. I've made it one of my goals to have the audit function be viewed as a valuable asset and not a liability. Hopefully I've been successful in delivering value-added work. It's a famous audit phrase or tagline, I guess, of value-added work, because some folks might not see it as value-added, but I hope I have delivered the value-added work to the agency. And I want to thank you, commissioners, for listening to me and taking interest in the internal audit function, because it is important. It's not as fancy as fish or hunting or shooting ranges or any of that stuff, but we all have our jobs to do, right? So I want to thank everyone, thank commissioners and all the WRC employees that have listened to me, right? And again, enabled me to hopefully provide that value-added work. Are there any questions?
Steve, I just want to say on behalf of the commission, you've done a great job. This was a requirement that was mandated by state law a couple of years ago, and we changed the finance committee to incorporate the internal audits and compliance requirements of that state law. And Steve took that over, and he implemented it, and you've done very well. And by law, he has to report directly to the commission, which he has done faithfully. And you've done a tremendous job. You met your fiduciary responsibilities in a very responsible and professional manner. On behalf of the Wildlife Commission, I want to say thank you for that and wish you a great retirement.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just want to piggyback on that, say, it's not, when everything goes well, you don't see anything. So that's, well, John, very, very value added work there. So thank you for that. We do have a few minutes left, and there was an article I saw that I'd like Director Ingram to kind of touch on. It was out of concern, but it won't affect, doesn't seem to affect us. But in Wisconsin, there's a $16 million shortfall as fewer people are getting hunting licenses. And I believe fewer people, as of the last couple of years, were getting hunting licenses. It's not a long-term trend, but it was something that kind of caught my eye. And Director Ingram, can you expand on that and kind of go into that?
Yes, sir. So this is a topic of discussion, in all states and provinces that we discuss at a lot of our meetings, and I think that as we do in a lot of these meetings, y'all should be complimented on your fiduciary responsibility with this organization. Well, in light of this article in Wisconsin that's come out, that they've seen the steep decline and they're in financial despair, if you will. And so, we stay on top of this. I wanted y'all to know that we're currently and always have been since I've been associated with this organization, staying on top of our license trends. We've got lots and lots of data, and I mean, Lisa's office constantly asking for data, and IT and Brian's. But just wanted to, as a response to this article, provide y'all with some information that Carrie's pulled and put together for us with help from our licensing folks and IT, and just to show you where our trends were. Of course, what you're going to see, you take COVID years out. We often do that in many things that we take a look at. I just want to know that, across the nation, basically there was a big spike in COVID. So we oftentimes we're pleased with that for financial reasons, but as you'll see in the trend lines, those are spikes. That's why those were spikes in those years. But overall, I wanted y'all to see the trajectory.
And additionally on that, we started kind of adding CPI, which is basically the inflation index. We started following that. We're never gonna be perfect with it because we're always about 6 months behind. But we added that in several years ago and started tracking that right before fortunately right before inflation started getting out of hand or started getting higher than, a couple percent. And other states weren't keeping up as much. So I'll let you go ahead and discuss some of that.
Yeah, sure. So this is a graph of license sales and trends for the past 20 years. And I want to say, just to kind of start off, that licensing is really difficult. We sell a lot of licenses that offer a hunting privilege and a lot of licenses that offer a fishing privilege. So when you compare with another state, it's not necessarily apples to apples. And when you say just hunting licenses, for us, there are kind of two types of licenses that would offer you a hunting privilege. So our plain hunting licenses, which we offer several of those, and then our combo licenses. So as you can see, over the past 20 years, our sale of hunting licenses has actually gone up. And these are just strict hunting licenses. Our combination licenses sales have gone down a little bit. And fishing licenses are, well, they make this graph a little uneven in terms of scale. So it's not really there's no easy way to kind of explain which licenses are going up and down. But for us, this is what it looks like over the past 20 years. So the 20-year change for hunting licenses is we're up 22%. For fishing licenses, we're up 55%. For combo licenses, we're down about 24%. As you all know, we do have a proposed license fee increase in the works to go up 18.75% on all of our licenses, permits, privileges, things like that. We're currently out for public comment on that. That ends in March, and you'll see that again at the April meeting. But this kind of sums it up. Is there anything else you want me to?
Let me hit on another thing, Mr. Chairman, if I can. So, this finance committee that was formed by the Wildlife Commission, we've done a lot of right things, just to brag a little bit. In the finance committee set up, y'all have 6 meetings a year. Staff have reports that are generated on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis. Y'all have seen this. We just want to, as a response to Wisconsin, we're not Wisconsin, and we won't allow ourselves to be Wisconsin. We'll have shifts and trends and CPIU. There's a lot of unknown about buyer's remorse, but we know what has happened in the past. We have a communications and marketing team that we have today that we didn't have 3 and 5 and 10 years ago. So we're in front of this. I just wanted y'all to know that this is finance. So it's critical functions.
And we do plan to keep track of this after the next fee increase, so we can better kind of tell. The data we've had from our most recent fee increases, one in 2014 and one again in 2020, haven't given us a lot of good data to work with, because the 2014 fee increase was not an across the board kind of thing. And the 2020, sales really went up right after we did that increase. So hopefully after the next increase, we'll have some more normal data to compare to for the next time. But we will keep track of this kind of stuff. We do that.
But as the commission considers this April meeting, this will be the first CPI increase we've had since.
Mr. Chairman, what kind of masks this trends though is if you look at our population increase over the same time period, we're fortunate that North Carolina's population has been growing at this rate or at a greater rate. What we have to do is find a way to continue to recruit those new citizens into the hunting and fishing sports.
Any other questions, comments? I would go buy my license before the rates go up. That's what I'd suggest. Meeting's adjourned.
Let's, I know the next committee meeting is supposed to come, we have called into session at 1:30. We're stopping a little early. Let's shoot for 1:15 for a restart if we can. Should be able to get that done, get an early start on the afternoon. If we don't, no big deal, but yes, as we go to lunch, let's, be mindful, try to be back by 1:15 for an early start. And I'm assuming we all go to Ruckus and have dinner and come back, lunch and come back.
Oh,
At this time, I will call the Voting Safety Committee to order. Welcome everyone to this meeting. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. The recording of this meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Courtesy to others, please turn off all cell phones at this meeting. Call on Ms. Margot Minkler to do a roll call for us, please.
Good afternoon. I'm going to do a roll call for our Boating Safety Committee. Committee Chair, J.C. Cole.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair, Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee Member John Coley.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Hayslip.
Here.
Committee Member Mike Alford.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Minkler. At this time, I would like to call on Major Mark Dudden to introduce this for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure today to introduce the presenters. Three sergeants here today to present to you. They're going to discuss and talk about some things that kind of go on behind the scenes that you really don't see and hear about a lot, involved in our boating training and some of the programs that we're in. I'll first say that these three officers are the epitome of professional instructors. They are experts at their craft and their discipline. They're very passionate about what they do. This program is very important to our mission, providing recreational boating safety and public safety. And the things that they do and they teach behind the scenes goes a long way. I've had the pleasure of teaching over the years with all of them, and very good at what they do. They're very passionate about what they do, sometimes a little too passionate. Wouldn't go into that. Daniel Kennedy, Parks Moss, and Matt Crisco. Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to say thank you for allowing us to present. All of us, including Major Dutton, we put a lot of time and effort into this because we care about it. And just to ease the mood a little bit for me, the music you heard, if you heard it just a few moments ago as we started the meeting, just to ease my nerves. I've sat in court at least 200 times and I've never had my phone go off. But it went off today when I was trying to put it on airplane mode and it was playing my Pandora music from the truck somehow. So I apologize for that. But want to talk today about some of the progress we've made in our boat training program over the past couple of years. And one thing that you will not see in the PowerPoint slides is our SFST program, Standardized Field Sobriety. Nothing's really changed with that. We're still doing a really good job. We've got 7 certified instructors throughout the state, and we still train other agencies. And we are considered a leading part of field sobriety. So just, it's not in the PowerPoint, but it's something we still do with NASWA and what we're going to be talking about today. So some of the things we're going to highlight, myself and Sergeant Moss and Crisco, we're going to talk about our boat operation training and where we've come from. In the past, we had a curriculum that we taught a recruit school, and that was a basic curriculum that we kind of came up with, and that was just our standard. So in the past couple of years, we went through the accreditation process, trying to get instructors certified. So we have a standardized class that we teach our recruits, and we have standardized training across the board. Talk about our boat incident investigations training. One thing we've done, we were providing this training to some of our officers and sending them. They were having to travel out of state for one of the course, well, a lot of times for both of them. So we've implemented that and sent some of our officers through the instructor process. So now we're able to teach one of these classes in-house, and we'll talk about that. Also go over our port operations. Major Dutton has been very instrumental in that process and the grant procedures to try to get funding to get us basically advanced equipment that we don't normally put into our budget. Going through this grant process allows us to get match programs to where we put forth a little bit of funds, and then the federal agency, as long as we have those protocols for what we're going to use it for, we'll match funds or exceed our match. And as far as port operations, Sergeant Crisco is going to talk about that. He works a lot in Southport with Matsu, Military Ocean Port Terminal, right there at Southport, right on the Cape Fear River on the boundary of District 2 and District 4. So those are the main topics we're going to try to talk about today. So before we get to in depth, a lot of what you probably see, probably most of the NASWA stuff, you see that through our awards program that you see in emails coming out with people being recognized. Usually each year we do 3 typical awards. One is the Enforcement Officer of the Year, the Educator of the Year, and then we also do Operation Drywater. But that's supported through NASWA. And in case you haven't seen it, this is what NASWA is. It's the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. It's nonprofit, and its purpose is to develop public policy for recreational boating safety, and it's represented in all 50 states. So what we're doing is not something we've come up with. This is the national standard for the training we're implementing and using. This is what's been going on in our field sobriety program, and now we're implementing it in our boat operations training. We have a set standard and protocol that we use and send every one of our basic school recruits through, so they're all getting the same thing as officers all over the country, whether it be sheriff's departments, police departments, fire departments, or so forth. So the boat operator course, this is the basic level course that we're providing. It's called the BC Boat Crew Member Course. With NASWA, you see a lot of acronyms because it's military based. A lot of Coast Guard members are deeply involved in the NASWA whole organization. So they have a lot of acronyms and a lot of different courses and a ton of different training. But this is the base level course that we basically said we're wanting to implement this. We're wanting to take this and adopt it in our recruit school so we have a standard. And that helps us with consistent training and and also liability reasons. Like if anything ever happens and something comes up with a question on our training, hey, this is the standard we're using. It's used nationwide. So this is what we're trying to, this is what we have implemented over the past year. And the last recruit school, which will have been 2023, was the first year our basic school went through this training. And it's a week long. But I think it's scheduled as 35 hours through NASWA. But the boat crew member course and part of the entire boat operations training, they have a tactical operators course and search and rescue and a ton of things, but this is their base level course. The purpose is to establish a national standard of training, qualification, credentialing, and typing of emergency responders throughout the maritime development. Purpose of the course is to establish basic understanding of maritime rescue operations, provide the skills necessary to execute missions safely, and also to make sure the entire program also enhance the safety and response capabilities throughout the country. And as graduates, they'll be able to provide a true force multiplier. So basically, we can now work in better concert with the Coast Guard, other departments, everybody else that's receiving this training. Everybody's getting the same. So we've made huge strides, and that wasn't without a lot of work through our staff and our other instructors throughout the state, because to get this, and I got to be careful not to step on one of the other speakers, but we had to do a lot of work and travel out of state to get the accreditation for our instructors to be able to teach this material. I'm gonna let Sergeant Moss talk more about the BCM course. Good afternoon. So for the boat crew members course, basically what we're going to show is where we were not even just a couple of years ago in our recruit school and our boat training to where we are now, to where we can teach this BCM course in our recruits within the agency, within the division. Prior to BCM, we were teaching in our recruit school 2.5 days worth of boat training, and that's all they were getting. Hands-on boat training. It was a lesson plan that officers in the past had made that was passed down to us that we would revamp and rewrite. But that's all we did, 2.5 days to send officers out to work boating in the summertime or whenever, the whole year. So what we started doing was looking at this BCM course and started sending some of our boating instructors to get certified through NASWA. So to be able to teach this course, we have to be accredited by NASWA and then be certified to be a NASWA instructor. So several of us had gone, we had to teach 2 different classes across the country. I went to Cocoa Beach, Florida, been to Indiana, Washington, DC, New York City. We were all over to try to get these classes in. So what we had to do to be accredited and to be certified was teach 2 BCM courses with other NASWA instructors. They would sign off on us is once we were signed off on 2 classes, then we could come back and teach them in-house. So once we had enough instructors to be able to teach them in-house, what we've been able to implement now into our recruit school is the entire BCM course, the boat, just basic boat handling. And it's a week long. We've done it in, last year we did it in Southport. This year we're doing it in Oriental. It gets the recruits a whole lot more boating time, hands-on time. It's more classroom time than we were doing before, and just gets them a lot better prepared to get out in the field. Basically doing a full 5-day, 40-hour course that we can teach again in-house, and other than just paying instructors, it's free. We don't have to pay NASBA anything now that we're accredited and certified instructors. We don't have to, they give us the materials and we set the classes up, we teach the classes. So where we're at now, we've got 5 certified instructors, NASBA certified instructors. We have 2 in the process right now. We're actually teaching another in-house class the end of March to go ahead and get 2 more instructors in the process of getting certified. And then we'll teach this BCM again in the recruit school in June in Oriental, which will help us finish up 2 more certifications. So after June, we'll have 7 officers certified through NASBA to teach this BCM course. Like I said, we've taught 3 already, 2 in-house, 1 recruit school, basic school. We've certified 41 officers. And we've got the 2 upcoming. Again, we got 1 in March and then for in-house, and then another one in June for the recruit school. So this is our first in-house class we taught. This is myself, Sergeant Crisco, Sergeant Kennedy as the instructors. And that was in New Bern at Trenton Woods Fire Department. So that was our first actual BCM class that we taught. We actually had some of the National Park Service officers came and joined in the class with us from Cape Lookout. So that's our first in-house. Another thing, we've done the same type of thing with boat incident training. So prior to NASBA being accredited by NASBA and having NASBA instructors, we had a 3-day, I think it was 16 hours, so 12 or 16 hours what we taught in recruit school. And that was, you got 3 days to push all of this information out to the recruits so they could go investigate boat incidents. Well, NASBA has a course, level 1 boat incident is 43 hours or 44 hours. So what they're doing in 40-something hours, we're trying to push to them in 12 hours in recruit school, which is tough. So what we've decided to do is we've actually sent 2 officers that were doing the boat incident investigation training in our school and done the same process that we did with BCM. We've sent them to 2 different level 1 boat incident investigation trainings where they've taught the classes in 2 different locations, become certified instructors for the boat incident investigation. And now they can come and teach in-house for our agency and our officers, the level 1 boat incident investigation. Again, other than just paying the normal salaries completely, NASBA gives us all the information, all the materials we need. We just have to find a place to teach it, and we can do everything in-house. This will get where we can eventually get every officer in the state level 1 boat incident investigation certified. I'm not going to read through all this because you don't want to hear me just reading off, but you should see here, this is everything that goes into the level 1 boat incident investigation. And it's very detailed. There is some hands-on, it's a lot of classroom, but you actually do go out on boats, you measure them out, you show them how you do the graphs, you show them where to, how to lay everything out on the boat. They even go into how the boats are built, because if you don't know how the boats are built, you don't know how they tear apart when they wreck. So it's very, very detailed, a whole lot more detailed than what we've been able to do in the past. So yeah, our standard, we had 12 hours in recruit school prior to 2023. What I believe the plan is right now is eventually, like I said, once they get out of recruit, we're still going to leave the 12 hours in recruit school. But once they get out in the field for a year or 2, then we'll send them through this level 1. So that way they have more experience and hands-on experience on what's, different boat incidents that they've investigated. Then they can come back to this class that, again, we're teaching with our own instructors, and then get the full 40-hour class and get NASBA certified through the level 1 boat incident. Some of the things that we've taught, we've had our first in-house class in September of 2023. That was performed at Samarkand. We've got another one scheduled coming up the end of May. And I believe they're actually trying to get another one for October scheduled to teach in-house for our officers and for ones that have gotten out of the recruit school within the last year to try to go and get them in and get certified. This is our first in-house course we taught at Samarkand. The two red shirts, Sergeant Line and Sergeant Barbosa, are our two instructors that we have certified through NASBA that can teach this course. And that was all the officers from across the state that came to participate and get certified in the first level 1 boat incident investigation course through NASBA. So it's just kind of breaking down what we've, as our agency has been able to save money in the training that we've done. So completed NASBA training in 2022, that's the BCM course, it would have cost us $21,600. We didn't have to pay that because we taught it in-house. The March 2023 BCM was another $21,600 we didn't have to pay. The basic school BCM, because there was more recruits, was going to be $32,400 that we did not have to pay. And then that last level 1 boat incident that was in Samarkand would have been $32,000. Upcoming NASBA training, like I said, we got the one in March that would have been $21,600. The recruit school, $32,400, and then the level 1 boat incident that would be planned for April is $32,000. So with bringing all of our own instructors in from as being NASBA instructors and being able to do this in-house has, for the most part, saved the agency $193,600 to be able to do this training in-house instead of sending officers all across the state, or excuse me, across the country to get this training.
Good afternoon. These are a couple of cases, big cases that we've been a part of. The Columbus County triple fatality, that was a case I was involved in. This was back in 2020. Took 3 years of investigation, and the amount of discovery that we had for that case was, it was, you couldn't comprehend it just by looking at it. I mean, it would have filled this whole table up right here. And a lot of that goes to the level 1 and level 2 boat incident investigation schools that we've been to. A lot of that, I went to the level 1 when this happened, and I hadn't gone to level 2 yet, but I knew an officer that did. He come and assisted me with data dumps from the motors, GPS, reconstruction, mapping, big graphs mapping exact direction that the boat went, and that helped with the case. And that's solely because we went through this investigation school, level 1 and level 2, that assisted us with all the discovery. The final case, there was 3 that were deceased. Both operators were both impaired. One was charged with, the first time he was charged with 2nd-degree murder. The day of the trial actually come in and wanted to plead guilty to felony boating while impaired. So he was convicted. The sentencing was a week later, and he was sentenced to 9 to 18 years. That was the Cheyenne's Law. That's felony boating while impaired. This was the first case that we had, not the first time it's been to trial, but first conviction that we've had in the state with the Cheyenne's Law.
That Lumber River.
That was Waccamaw River.
Waccamaw.
We couldn't have built a case and had so much discovery. The DA's office definitely assisted. First time the Highway Patrol assisted us with a case. They brought their reconstruction team in with drones and flew the whole route and mapped it out for us. I mean, it really, a lot of time and effort went into this case. And the DA's office, they couldn't thank us enough for supplying us with tools from these courses that we've taken to make such a strong case for them. And then the Beaufort case, that's, you want to highlight on that, or?
Yeah. So, and a couple things we'll just kind of share back and forth, but I did want to hit on this, and I talked with Major Dutton about it earlier. When our agency's considered an accredited agency through NASBA, and the other day we saw in an email, I think there's less than 20 agencies in the country that are considered accredited. So the hoops we've jumped through and all the things we've done really sets us apart So just recognize that as far as the efforts that the officers and the staff have done through this process. It's noticed and it's recognized throughout the country. The other thing going into this, I see this a lot, and I've heard this story multiple times. When a game warden steps up, we're the experts at crossbows, firearms, driving boats, trucks, everything there is. So all this training is so crucial to us because at some point we have to continue to step up our training and our standards to meet that public demand of what we are and what we do. And that's what we're trying to show to you guys today, the efforts that the enforcement division is doing to increase our training. The Beaufort County incident, really want to hit on this just so you know what our officers and field staff are doing. This call came in my phone at 2:30 in the morning, Sunday, March 4th or 5th. I get confused because the crash happened on one day and I was notified the following day. But this was November, not a time when we expect to receive fatality calls. Middle of the night, Sunday. And while I was on the phone with dispatch, it just came out as 2 missing boaters, overdue boaters. So I'm still trying to wake up and get it's 2:30. I've got a 6-month-old, so I'm in bed as soon as they go to sleep. So I wake up and I'm talking to the dispatch and I'm like, can you give me some more information? And I could hear the radio in the background through the phone and they said they'd found them. I'm like, well, what did you find? And they found the bodies. So that's 2:30 on a Sunday. And that's what a lot of times we run into, that we get called to those scenes in the middle of the night and we're asked to put it together, figure out what happened, tell us what. And this one was fairly simple. To be honest, it was complex, but simple in the fact that everybody that was deceased was on the same boat. They were relatives. No other boats were involved and they ran aground. So everything is laid out. Nothing's floated or sunk. Everything's exactly how it ended. So, but we're called in a lot of times to put this together because if we can't figure it out, who do we call? We're it. Okay, we're the only people, and that's where this network and the training we're talking about and knowing and networking within our officers and these officers that have been to level 1 and level 2, that's who we're calling. That's who I was calling at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was calling Sergeant Lyon, which is our new level 1 instructor. I was like, I need information on the proper search warrants for these engines. I need all the information on how to do the data dumps to get the information from the engines, the GPS, because we got to start seizing this information. So the Beaufort County incident, just to give you a little bit of a scale, the boat in this incident was worth over $400,000. All right. 2 prominent members of the community just out for a joyride, leaving home, going home from the restaurant, going home. So it just happens at the most random times and it becomes big news items because you don't expect this to happen to these kind of people in these situations. So it gets a lot of pressure on us to make sure we do it right. And Columbus County is a perfect example of that. And the work it took and the collaboration with the other agencies, but it's very, very complex in these investigations that requires a lot of training. This one, the double fatality in Beaufort, luckily one of the officers that worked for me had just finished a level 1 class they did in March. And as soon as we got there and he showed up and there's deceased people there, and I look at him and I said, you just had training on this? Let's go. Let's put your training to work and get their mind focused on the right things. And we started putting pieces together, started getting information. So it's very important that we have this training and just understand that's what we're dealing with in the field and the complex situations we're trying to put together.
With the Columbus County, I think we had 21 different agencies all collaborated to come up with the end results of this case. Okay, port security grants, in our area, Brunswick County, you got Wilmington Ports, and then you got Motsu, which is the military ocean terminal. The military ocean terminal, if you don't know, it's the biggest magazine facility on the East Coast, one of the biggest ones in the country. Basically, they house ammunition, explosives, and other tools for the military. So they're coming in and out of the ports constantly. We're asked to help with escorts. Our agency, Marine Fisheries, Coast Guard, of course, Coast Guard heads it up. They're in charge of everything. So we pretty much, do a briefing with them, get our locations, channels on the microphones or the VHF radios, and then we go escort these ships as they come in and as they leave. And it just depends on which they ask for. If they're coming in, they're unloaded, they don't need an escort so much, but when they get loaded up and they have to have an escort out, It's us, Marine Fisheries, Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, Wilmington PD, and New Hanover County Sheriff's Office, all with grant boats that they supplied with us. We're also a member of the Nuclear Task Force. With the boats that we have, the safe boat that we have now is equipped with a RAD system, which is a radioactive sensor. If something happens with a nuclear plant, we had the capability of going out and warning boaters in the river or the waterway, hey, something's happened, you need to leave the area. So we're in charge with the Nuclear Task Force as well. The ferry systems as well. We have 2 ferries from Curry Beach to Southport. We meet once a year with the Coast Guard and all the local agencies again to go over what we can bring to the table in case an emergency situation happens. If they have a sinking or something happens, a terrorist event or something like that, we can bring this to the table. This is what we got. Let us know what you need us and where you need us at, and we can go assist. So we go to these meetings, and we also do one in South Carolina. We go down to the gambling boat and meet with their DNR, all their local agencies and our local agencies. If another state needs our help, especially with the gambling boats, if they go out, big group of people on one boat, something happens, they need emergency response, we can assist with that. All the joint operations that we do, we train with the Sunny Point military. What that is, the military. Army Corps Engineers is the one who heads it up. This grant provides funding to the state, local, and private sector. Like I said, just about every local agency in my county has a grant boat, and that's because of the port security grants. It's an infrastructure for terrorism, enhanced maritime dominance awareness. The port system too. A lot of ports come from other parts of the country, other parts of the world. So we assist them as far as if they need us to escort one of those ships that come in. This is the boat that we have in Brunswick County. It's a 23 safe boat, 2017 safe boat. And you see the federal share there. That's what the federal port security grant paid, and then the state share is what we paid. This boat, operated this boat from 2017 to 2021. And I've been on several boats in my career, but this boat right here was, you got a truck and then you got a Ferrari. And that's the difference in these boats, because they're built for maritime, response and assisting with these type of events that we're involved in. Top-notch equipment on it, FLIR, satellite, RAD system. When I was operating the boat, somebody would ride with me and I'd say, well, get the seat, put your seatbelt on. They're like, hey, okay, whatever. So, all right. So I give it gas and I'd make it a basic maneuver. And as soon as I set it down, they're like, so it's a performance boat, and it's been a good boat so far, and that's what we use for port security and all the events that we need it for. This is the one up in Carteret, Morehead City. This is the Silver Ship, another grant boat. They're assisting with one of the escorts here. And the federal share with that was 180, and the state share was 60. This is the newest one here. This is Onslow Bay. This is a local company, of course, and this is in Hyde County. Federal share was 257. State share was 85. Very pretty boat. Good looking boat. And this is the one that we just got approved for, our grant boat. This is same boat as the 23 that we have in Brunswick County, but it's just a little bigger. It's a 25 foot. Just a little more room on either side, a little longer. 200. Or bigger motors on it. Okay. But it'll be the same equipment, the same way as our 23s that we have right now. State buying motors. And again, the federal share is 247 and the state share is 82. It's in the process of being built right now. I had the privilege to go to Washington State to view and have a tour of the facility of Safe Boat that they built it. We actually went out in Puget Sound and operated my boat at the time. to show us how to operate it, which is pretty area up there. You know, it's very impressive. You could tell why they get most of the business, the way that they have everything set up in their shop. It's so professional. I mean, military, law enforcement, and also some private personnel ask for them too.
You carry any firearms on those boats? Other than a pistol?
When we escort, it's required to carry our rifles. We have to carry our rifles and of course our sidearms.
Thank you.
This is probably one of the BCM courses that we have. The feature for WRC law enforcement boating, have all the WRCs or all the officers certified level 1 and level 2. I've been to both, and we've got some officers that hadn't been. They're still making their way through it, but ultimately we want to get them to that level 2 and get them through the BCM course as well. And now through the basic school is not an option, so the BCM is incorporated into the school now. But again, the level 1 and level 2, as far as our job goes and doing our investigation on boat incidents or accidents, is imperative to have. I mean, it's just, we definitely need it. It's helped out many, many times. Just a couple of pictures of, I think that bottom picture was a couple of years ago. We had a drone fly around, got some pretty good video footage of that.
You flying underneath a bunch of geese so you could figure out how to have your triangle.
Sir?
When flying underneath a bunch of geese.
Yeah,
so you know.
that's right, that's right. Questions?
You mentioned data dumps and the GPS. Does that mean all marine motors have a GPS system?
Most of them, these days they do, yeah. So we got the technology to do it and how to do it, but we'll usually take it to Marina and have them, you know, dump the data onto a thumb drive and, or they're printed out for us, you know, because those guys, the technicians, I mean, they, you know, type it right up, print it out for us, and it tells us how far the RPMs went at the time of the incident. Or they say, well, I was going to no wake speed at the time. When it breaks it down, well, your RPMs were way up here when you said you were, you know, so it helps us with an investigation.
So with the Beaufort County incident I had, we were able to do a data dump off the GPS systems pretty quick. The following day, we had Fountain come out and help us navigate the system because you don't operate on $400,000 fountains with all this electronics. So we were close enough. The factory was pretty close and they worked really well with us and came out. And the information we were able to get off of it was just amazing to me. But it tells, you know, every few seconds, speed, directions, got all the charts. And we, in that incident, we wanted to just collaborate with the engine as well. And we contacted Mercury and they had to send a specific rep out because they're the proprietary information on their Mercury engines. They won't let anybody else touch it. And in that instance, we were only able to get information off the GPS because of the amount of damage to the boat. So you need to have all these different tools in your belt and kind of know what you can do because the engine information was irrelevant to us because it was sustained so much damage that the power source had been separated from the engine so that the computers didn't close the way they were supposed to, so that it didn't work. But you gotta know what your options are to be able to get that information.
How fast were they going? Okay.
Alcohol was a major contributing factor. We requested toxicology on both persons in that, and it was in the high teens, 17 and 18 BACs. Speed was 55 miles an hour at impact. It was substantial. It was a high to even boat incident. And I had Sergeant Moss come out because he had level 1 and level 2. You know, getting a lot of eyes on it, but pretty ran into the marsh until they turned into. They thought they were turning into Bath Creek, but they. And that's what we were able to look at with that incident. They were just GPS data alone. Collaborated with everything we saw from the waterfront, time of departure. It showed all the previous routes where that boat had been, normal places. Like, you know, if you operate boats much, you usually follow the same path.
Breadcrumbs, yeah.
And it was amazing to see how everything came together and painted the picture. You know, through a detailed investigation, you could see that the final trip they had was so much different than any other place they'd ever traveled. How they drove the boat, the speeds, the erraticness. and none of the conditions or anything. But we're able to answer all questions and close it out, and that's through reconstruction and data analysis.
Any fog or weather condition, nothing?
It was.
Just purely alcohol?
Perfect night for boating.
Gotcha.
Clear, no wind. But that was another thing that we were able to, through digging up data, being an investigator and doing this, we got CCTV video from the waterfront. They had every single light on in the boat, so they couldn't see. So there were a lot of factors that played into that. That's how we explain to people getting killed. You have to be able to logically explain to the public, to these insurance companies, like, you're able to close the doors. Any questions?
Thank you.
5 miles an hour is fast.
Yeah, that's big, that's fast. Everything looks different at night.
Any further questions? These great officers?
I have one comment. 2019, that new safe boat was available when we were in Wilmington to inspect or to observe and to see its capabilities. That might be something that we have in the future.
Mr. Zimmer's already made that happen.
Awesome.
Was it one of those?
Maybe we'll have the mute on.
Any additional topics?
Just let me say, from my personal observation, being on the bench 27 years, we should be extremely proud of these men and women that serve us and the public every day. I have not seen an agency that come in my court that has been any more professional in their presentation of the facts and evidence than our men and women. I'd say that Highway Patrol, the local police, the federal agents, they're above all of them, any and all of them. And I thank them personally for their service. Thank you.
Take a 5-minute break and.
Yes.
I can't do it as loud, but I can do it more. I'd like to call to order the Small Game Wild Turkey Committee meeting. And with that, I'd ask Margot to do a roll call. But before that, because Margot's done such a good job of giving you these notes, this meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Now, Margot, would you take a call, please?
And do a roll call for our Small Game and Wild Turkey Committee. Committee Chair Jim Ruffin.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Committee Member Tommy Fumble.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Berry.
Here.
Committee Member John Stone. Committee Member Tom Hazlett.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Before we get started, I would like to ask Chris Cray to come in and make an introduction of a couple of new supervisors we have, and then we'll get on with the program that's on the agenda. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very quick just to give y'all a quick update on some personnel changes we've had in our game and fur bear program. We actually have 4 new faces within the last month. 2 of those are our new supervisors. So welcome aboard. Some seasoned folks. Mr. Chris Turner is the one that's most relevant here to the Small Game and Wild Turkey Committee. Chris, a lot of y'all know Chris from District 1 for many, many years. So he'll be overseeing a lot of the game bird work, migratory and resident game bird, as well as the wildlife health work. And then a lot of you also know is our former black bear and fur bear biologist, Miss Colleen Offenbuttle. She's been with us a lot of years, but her piece of the program now is supervising the folks in the game mammal and survey side of things. So congratulations to both of them. Welcome aboard.
Congratulations. Thank y'all.
What's that? Yeah, and so the other 2 faces that are new to the program, we just last month, we had Miranda Turner start as our wildlife health biologist. We're glad to have her aboard. And April Pope started as our new whitetail deer biologist. So glad to have her aboard as well. Thank you for those couple minutes. Do you want to tee up Hannah, or would you like me to do this?
If you go ahead, just introduce.
So a lot of y'all know Miss Hannah Plumpton. She's our upland game bird biologist. She's going to go over some data and various things about wild turkeys.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all have enough sugar and caffeine to get you through these afternoon lulls, but I promise you're almost there towards the end. So I also apologize. I have a lot of graphs. They're boring. I'm sorry, but it's the only way to show the data. So bear with me. We're going to quickly run through our results from last year's summer turkey observation survey. So to start off with, last year's North Carolina results, or poults per hen, that's our standardized method of tracking reproduction is poults per hen, was 1.26. That's lower than our 10-year average, which has been 1.6. So not the greatest, but it's on par for what most of the Southeast has seen below the 2 poults per hen. So it's kind of a regional thing of a poor reproduction year overall, unfortunately. So as we've had this slow decline, at the same time, you need to remember we've had this slow and steady increase in our spring turkey harvest, which seems a little contradictory with our reproduction. So basically from this, we can assume our turkey harvest is not going to continue to go up and up and up. It should hopefully level off or plateau in over the next few years. Another thing to keep in mind with our turkey reproduction is it's not uniform across the states or even between years. If we look at 2019 and 2020, our coastal region had a much higher reproduction than our mountain and coastal regions, where in 21 and 22, it was pretty uniform across the 3 regions. And then this past year, our Piedmont region had the highest reproduction. And this is just, again, broad scale. We could look in between districts and see how it differs in between them, between counties, and even within a county, it's going to vary. I had one landowner tell me up in the North Piedmont, it was one of their best reproduction years they had seen for years. But obviously, overall, on a big, large scale, our turkey reproduction numbers were not the greatest. So that's just the quick and dirty overview of our summer observation survey and our reproduction. Do we have any questions on that or comments?
Just real quickly, Hannah, what defines a good and a poor reproduction year? What are the things to?
So based off of historical data and research, a standard stable population is at 2 poults per hen. We obviously haven't hit that for our 10-year average. Ours has been 1.6, but we've still had good numbers. There's been a lot of talk of looking into that in deeper things, is whether that's an accurate number or not.
Yeah, I guess I was asking, is there an environmental influence there that we can be aware of, or?
Not so much environmental, I guess, or if you want to think habitat. Our biggest thing is habitat. As usual, great turkey habitat is what we think of as great quail habitat. And as we've learned for the long term, our quail numbers have been declining for decades. Turkeys are not as fussy as quail, but because there's less and less quality, it's higher to have those reproduction numbers on that side.
Very good, thank you, that's helpful.
Yes.
Ordinarily, when a hen lays her eggs, what does she lay? What, 5 or 6 or something like that?
It's actually closer to 12 to 14.
Okay, out of 12 to 14, and she's getting 1.6 or whatever. Is the rest of it going to predators like snakes and foxes and possums and stuff?
It's also predation because they are about 3 inches. The also thing is they can't thermoregulate. So what it means is they're vulnerable to temperatures, extreme heat or extreme cold. And a hen, if she crosses a stream or something in a rainstorm, just hops over a couple feet, she's fine, but those poults will follow her and they'll get swept downstream sort of things, or they'll get wet and they can't handle the cold temperatures as a result. So, but a lot of it is there's not good places to find food, so they're traveling longer distances, making them more open to predation.
After they've been hatched?
After they've been hatched.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so that was that. We'll move on to our next big section. So we're going to look at our North Carolina wild turkey season harvest and its timing and when it's occurring. I showed you these graphs briefly in July when I gave our 2023 report, but we kind of moved through them and I really wanted to dig into them and see when harvest is occurring during our season. There's been a lot of changes in our regulations by several of our southeastern states, And there's been lots of concern. So I really want us to understand harvest and when it's occurring. So this is last year's 2023's harvest data by day. Now, I could have thrown any year up here and it'd look very similar to you. And this one is 23 is helpful because it's as early as we can start. It started on April 1 and we opened that first Saturday. Youth season starts the first season in Saturday, so it can't open any earlier. It's also helpful on the bottom. It's the day of the season, which also happens to align with the date in April. So April 1 through 30th are days 1 through 30 on the bottom, 31 through 36 are May 1st through 6. So with this one, our seasons start always on a Saturday, youth season the first Saturday in April, and our spring season starts the second Saturday in April. And as you can see, harvest primarily happens on that first day of the week, Saturday. It declines through the week and then spikes again when we hit that next Saturday. All except for that first opening weekend of our spring season. On this graph, that's days 8, 9, and 10. So that opening Saturday, Sunday, and Monday have a much higher bulk of number harvests than compared to the following weeks. So if we break that down on the harvest, the percentage of the harvest and when it's occurring, we can see that 10% of all the birds that are going to be harvested in a given year or in 2023 happened during our youth season. During our first week of regular spring season, 40% of all our birds that were harvested happened during that first week. So between youth season and that first week of spring season, half the birds of that year were harvested. Again, I could throw up any other year. Those numbers would slightly tweak, but they'd be the same sort of spread. So between youth season, our first and second week, 70% of all birds that are going to be harvested that year tend to happen in those weeks. So 3/4 of all birds are harvested during that week, with a little bit of a spike on the last day when people are trying to just they're not fussy on their turkey, they just need a turkey. So our seasons here are very front loaded in our harvest. Most of it happens in those first few weeks. Third and fourth week are pretty similar. Again, that last spike when people aren't fussy over their turkey, they just want a turkey, but it is extremely front loaded. Now, this is important in regard to our reproductive timing. So Dr. Mormon came and spoke to us in October about our reproductive timing. So on average, turkeys in North Carolina lay their first egg on April 11th and start incubating their nest on April 24th. This is from our ecology projects that we just wrapped up. So those dates are in yellow. And you can see I have the average 19 of the total harvest occurs prior to April 11th. That's the average. This number really greatly whether April 10th and all the harvest prior to April 10th occurs in youth season or if it occurs in spring season. Remember, so if we have an early spring season date like we did last year, April 1st fell early. And so April 11th fell in spring season. If we have a later start date where our first Saturday is April 7th, April 11th would fall in youth season. So if we have a late start date and April 11th falls in youth season, about 6 to 7% of the total harvest occurs prior to when they lay their first egg. If we have an early start date like last year, there's about 30 to 35% of the total harvest occurs prior to laying their first egg. Now, if we look at when they sit on a nest, if we have a late start date, it's about 60% of the harvest occurs prior to them sitting on their nest. And if it's have a late or an early start date like last year, it is closer to 75% of the total harvest occurs before they start incubating the nest. So we are taking a large segment of the male population out before they even start incubating their nests. All right, I threw a lot of information at you right there. So before we take a little deeper look at youth season, does anybody have any questions on what I threw? Landon?
Yeah, thank you. Very nice data there. How long after a Tom is introduced to a hen does that get laid?
So I think they're working on it. A hen can be bred once and she'll lay, but she'll breed multiple times during the egg laying period.
And I guess, okay, thank you.
What's the gestation period?
Uh,
Yeah, from what they
I'm not
read.
quite sure if we even know that. She can be bred and lay a different egg. We're still trying to figure out
He's a young guy. He doesn't-
timing of genetics in males. That's a lot of research on that right now. Okay, we're good on that. We'll take a little bit of deeper dive into our youth season and the timing there. So in 2006, we introduced our first youth season for turkeys. It occurred on the first Saturday in April, and it was only on private lands. We did that for 2006 and 2007. In 2008, we expanded that one-day youth season, still that first Saturday in April, and we made it statewide, both private and public. And then in 2014 to currently, we expanded that youth season to a week long. It starts the first Saturday in April, goes to the following Friday. So as we can see through this graph, the total percentage of birds, how do I phrase this? The percentage of birds that are that were harvested in the season occurred during youth season increased as the years went on. So even we look at 2008 to 2013, it was only 3% of the total birds harvested happened during the youth season in 2008, and it increased all the way to over 6% in 2013. Same regulatory season, same length of time. So youth are going out there and more birds are being harvested during the youth season, or the total percentage of the harvest are occurring during youth season. So if we take a look at that, between 2006 and 2007, on average, it was 3% of the total harvest occurred in that one-day private lands. 2008 to 2013, an average of 4% occurred of the total harvest were harvested during that one-day Saturday season. And between 2014 to last spring, 23, it was an average of 8% of the total harvest occurred during the youth week. Again, that varies in between years. In like 2014 to 23, we had as low as 6% and all the way up to almost 12% in 2020. But that's kind of an outlier. The last few years, it's been hovering around about 10% of all the birds harvested in a given year occur in youth season. So that is all the timing and harvest when it occurs I have for you all. Questions, comments?
Do you feel like our seasons are in the right place relative to that?
I certainly wouldn't say that they're in the wrong place. So in a way of this is, I wouldn't go any earlier.
I shouldn't have asked that question. I apologize. That was a fair question. You're right.
But don't you have the microphones in the woods and that kind of thing?
We are looking at that now. What we are seeing is we're looking to see how much gobbling changes in relation to our nesting. But again, like I said, a lot of the states in our surrounding states, they're changing their regulations. They're changing them to match ours. So I certainly wouldn't go any earlier. Cam?
So I'll share, I was in Nashville, Tennessee over the weekend at the NWTF National Convention, and we had a 4-hour meeting with directors and biologists, just NWTF biologists at that point. And one of the reasons I was there was to be commended from the National Wild Turkey Federation for one, our staff, two, the research that we've done in the past, and three, the decisions that our agency and board has made when it comes to exactly what you're asking about right now, and that's our season dates. And also the conservative approach that we've taken over a long period of time in our allowable harvest, fall seasons. And so other states, like Hannah just noted, are following the lead of the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission. And not that we're not, it's high on our list of, to watch. And the chairman told me that 3 years ago, to make sure that we were doing exactly what we're doing here and providing you this information. But this state has been applauded in the Southeast and the nation for our management and timing of our season dates shown in our research. Just to show that.
Very good.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ms.
Williams.
Hannah, is there a way you can extrapolate the percentages if we went now to a one-day youth season? How would that affect our overall kill ratio and what we're doing when we have a reduced hatch rate versus an increased take rate?
So if we reduce it down to a one-day season, I assume back to a Saturday season,
Correct?
I'd say it would have, we'd probably go down closer, a little lower than half of it. So half of the birds harvested in youth season occur on Saturday. So we would drop, so we had 1,700 birds harvested this past year in youth week. It would drop down to 17 divided by 2.
850.
Thank you. Math on the fly, people can't do that. I grew up on a calculator. So, 850 birds. So that's really what we're talking about. We're less than 1,000 birds we'd be changing, really, if we adjusted it.
My question further than that would be, would those 800 birds successfully mate? I know we're doing, thinking ahead, but my main thing that I've drawn out of this is that our hatch rate is stabilized, but it's down.
So that's a little bit of a caveat. I think our harvest and these things are being hidden on our reproduction because it's just not harvest that is affecting our reproduction.
That's what I'm trying to drive to.
Yeah, I would say in this case, habitat would have a bigger effect than harvest would on our reproduction. But we can control harvest a lot easier than we control our habitat. We can tell everyone what they can do for harvest, not so much on habitat.
Thank you, Hannah.
And I would say that, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was just gonna jump in and say, Hannah and I have been deep diving on turkey data for a long time. She's done a great job of summarizing things at a statewide perspective.
Right.
But if we were to start parsing that out by region or district, the pictures in some places would look a bit more glum. Particularly in the northwest.
A bit more, pardon?
Bad.
Right.
Yeah. The large population increases and things in the east are driving some of those.
Keeping
trends.
them up.
Yeah, keeping them up, exactly. So when we think about our regulatory management, yes, regulatory management won't overcome the deficiencies of poor habitat. But what Dr. Mormon's project that we worked together on, I think if I had to summarize that very quickly, it's not saying that there's an overhaul needed, but perhaps a tune-up. We're kind of looking at some of the finer stuff, Cam pointed out as well. We've kind of been the example in the Southeast and a lot of the country for doing it a very conservative way and getting it right.
With that being said, if we need to tune up, why wouldn't we tune up the end of the season? That would probably be about that 4% that we're talking about.
Thank you,
In
Ray.
the youth part of it, so that we don't hurt the boys and girls that seems to be very successful for them. Would I be wrong on that?
Nothing, like I said, it's very front loaded. So you are going to change things on the back end. If you shorten it, you're just putting more pressure on the front. But there will be less birds, but it's not going to make a drastic difference in our harvest.
I guess my point is we're talking about boys and girls youth hunting. If we're
Mhm.
gonna make an adjustment, let's make an adjustment on the back end and not miss. I mean, that's where we need to be successful at, I think.
You need to look at.
But and this year, is it not the push back a week? Because youth season start on the 8th this coming season?
I believe so.
It'll swing to the first Saturday. Last year, the first Saturday was April 1st. This year, the first Saturday will be the 7th of the 8th.
I think it'll
Because
be,
on-
so I think the data will be very interesting to see next year because we're basically having youth season, the whole everything's
Right.
shifting.
One year
So
it
it'll be
was-
interesting to see what next year shows to this year.
Because one year it was high, the next year was low.
But to your other question, I wanted to say, Hannah didn't want to walk out on me. If we save 150 turkeys, a significant percentage of them are going to die the next Saturday.
I agree.
They're gonna get killed by whoever's hunting the next Saturday. So that doesn't necessarily save us a whole lot if we say we go to one day versus a whole week, because of those 850 we saved, 600 of them gonna die on Saturday.
I understand that.
So, question, when you harvest a guy, it doesn't really affect the reproduction. The girls have the babies. What difference does it make?
So the guys, you're right, the girls aren't having the babies, the hens are, but if we take out a large chunk of males before they can be bred, then that kind of limits it, or we are interrupting them during the middle of their reproduction. That could be affecting. And again, part of it could be on the front end, or it could be they they lay their eggs, they hatch, and then there's nowhere for them to nest properly, or makes them more vulnerable to predation because there's no good habitat for them to hide in, or nowhere to take their broods to grab food. It also lowers our reproduction too.
Are there some simple things that we can teach our landowners to increase that survivability rate? Like not mowing the roads until the poults get bigger? I know for pheasants, they don't have to go to water. They get their water off of alfalfa leaves or clover leaves. Is there stuff we can teach our landowners to do, simple stuff like plant clover patches that would increase that survivability rate?
There are some methods, a lot of them do require, they interfere with earning a profit. That's often the game we have with our landowners and stuff, is to do good wildlife, you gotta earn less money. And so it's a give and pull for each individual landowner.
And with Mark, that being said, I think I don't know where it started here, but many, many years ago, they asked the farmers to mow one side of the ditch bank, leave the other side alone and alternate. That don't work where we're at. When they put the tractor out there, they're gonna mow it all.
Yeah.
They just getting that many people to cooperate to make a difference. It's gonna be.
But for those that are planting food plots and stuff,
Right.
is adding clover to your cycle, is that a help to the turkey population in general? And for those landowners that don't have to mow all the time, what you're saying, leaving that covered until they get bigger.
Yeah, one of our focuses in our private lands program, the WCLP program and all that, we know clearly, it's always been that way for quail. We've known turkey habitat can be a little easier to create than quail habitat and on a smaller scale. So that's on our radar for all of our wildlife conservation biologists, EVs, everybody that are out there working with private landowners. Encourage nesting habitat, breeding habitat, those kind of things. And we've got some programs available. So that's one of the things that's clearly rising to the top. Even the Turkey Federation has started a private lands.
I would
habitat.
think if we show that chart of declining population to our constituency and say, here's a list of things that you could easily do, we'd get some attention.
Correct. And that's on our radar to begin that as part of our technical guidance on private land.
Echo what Ray said. Whatever we do, I wouldn't want to diminish any opportunities for our youth to get out there and hunt and be outside.
More questions for Hannah? Stage?
Alrighty, so Cam gave a brief kind of mention of it, but I'll give you an update on NWTF's National Convention. It was last weekend in Nashville, or not last weekend in Nashville. For those of you who haven't gone and are interested in turkeys, I encourage you to go. It's 60,000 turkey obsessed individuals. And you can find any turkey gear you need and about 10 more that you didn't think you need, but you do. So I highly encourage that. It's a great time. So during our national convention, the tech committee met at, so for commissioners who are not aware, each state, usually their turkey biologists who have turkeys in a few Canadian provinces, have a seat on our national tech committee where we talk all things turkey and managing turkeys. We do things like setting up a standardized summer turkey protocol method, so we can compare across states and compare regions, to getting down into the nuts and bolts of our day-to-day job and seeing things on a national scale. We meet twice a year virtually and one time in person, typically in Nashville. Also during convention, there were several conservation seminars on research and management. NWTF has recommitted to wild turkey research and supporting that. So we got to see updates on several research projects they are supporting financially. And then while we were there, we had a couple staff members recognized. So the North Carolina's NWTF's 2023 Officer of the Year was Major Officer Samson Parker, who's out of District 6. So we were thrilled that he could go to Nashville and meet up with his other state officers and have the opportunity to listen to several seminars, all related to law enforcement in their exclusive club. And then our own Chris Henline out of our Land and Water Access crew out of the Burnsville Depot in the Mountain region was recognized for the National Award of Joe Kurtz Wildlife Manager of the Year. Chris started at Caswell Depot learning how to trap turkeys from one of my predecessors, Mike Seamster, before he moved back home to the mountains. And he spent several years working in the mountains, putting boots on the ground, habitat work. And then when he became a crew leader, it was about the same time we acquired the Sandy Mush Game Lands. That is the closest game lands we have to Asheville. It's just north of there. And if you haven't been to Sandy Mush Game Lands, I highly encourage it. It is the only game lands where we can find all three of our upland game bird species in North Carolina. That's ruffed grouse, wild bobwhite quail, and of course the wild turkey. Wow. It's a very popular game lands with our hunters and non-hunters alike. I believe over 140 bird species have been reported on Sandy Mush. And Chris was also a very big help to us on our turkey ecology project, doing the trapping effort, finding landowners, getting out, setting up baits, setting up nets, sitting for 8 hours in the cold, hoping the turkeys do what they're supposed to do and go in front of the nets when they rarely do that. So we're thrilled and ecstatic. Words can't express how excited we are that he's being recognized for all his hard work on a national scale. So that's all I had for an update from what happened in National Convention.
Thank you, Hannah.
That's all for me.
All right, well, thank you very much. And with that, Chris Craig, if you would come in and talk about the wild turkey management goals.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been talking about a lot of turkey data, sort of what's going on with the research project and those things internally with our staff for a while. And so we thought it was a good idea to basically to tee this topic up on the agenda today, not bringing you a new goal to adopt, not suggesting any action, just certainly your prerogative to take it there with motion if you want to, but really just as a check-in, just as a thought process on where we are. And as staff continues to look at turkey management, are we still in the right place? So I'm just going to let this one sink in for a moment because it's a bit wordy, but this is our current goal that was developed in 2006. So keywords that jump out to me with that goal are, it's our goal for wild turkey management. That would involve habitat management and also involve regulatory management. And really it says that we are to emphasize spring gobbler hunting, managing the harvest below maximum sustainable yield in order to do two things. One, to maintain high quality spring hunting and maximize increases in size and population distribution. So that's kind of where we are, but if you look at the very top there, it says 2006. So just as a reminder, you know, we finished our last trap and transfer work in 2005. So this was basically sort of right out of the gate, post-restoration. It was also at a time when we were considering winter turkey hunting seasons, fall and winter turkey hunting seasons, which we did for a number of years. The playing field has changed a lot in the 18 years that have gone by, particularly in neighboring states and other parts of Turkey Range. So we're kind of looking at it in that context as we begin to think about it. Is this still reasonably accurate? Are there other considerations and things that we might want to work into that? You know, time since restoration is certainly one part that I mentioned. Our understanding of turkey biology is far better now than it used to be. Things like acoustic recorders, somebody mentioned those earlier, those are fantastic. You know, the GPS transmitters that we have, we know a lot more precisely things that we could only guess at in the past. Sort of our population trends, we've essentially filled in turkeys in the whole state. We're not at that increasing distribution point anymore. And of course, one of those is still that hunt quantity versus hunt quality side of things. So really, that's where I'm going to end it right there. I'm kind of looking at Brad a little bit too, see if there's anything key I missed, but just to kind of put that on the table for a check-in really was the only purpose to have that on there. So comments, questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll look to you if you want to entertain those or foster discussion. I'm here to tell you what I can.
Questions or discussion? Yeah,
I do. You know, when you sit over there on the sidelines, Chris, and I hear you say, we got one part of the state that's artificially inflating this data and making it look better than probably what it should. Then we got problems with pockets, turkey populations in parts of the state that might be tweaking. I think we're responsible not to address that. And I don't want to sit here, same thing we watch, not saying there's a whole lot we could have done differently in the Roanoke River, you know, what we saw today. And we knew this was coming several years ago, and we continued to fish and, you know, the other stuff that we did. And we even talked about several years before we started stocking. So, you know, I don't want to see another one of those situations occur. We got a lot more people coming into the state. And if we're sitting here and we see that one of the things we need to do, a tweaking, is to have more gobblers on the landscape early in the season to complete the mating cycles and the nesting cycles. That's something we should consider on the basis of the species, not who gets a chance to shoot them, not who's, you know, regardless of how that affects whatever population of our human dimension or sociology is. And so I think that's what our responsibility, our mission is. And so that's why, and you know, I say that with some bit of passion to ask, you're the profession. Y'all see this information. You have something in the back of your mind, apparently, that you would like to talk about or a tweak or whatever. And I'm gonna tell you something, as a commissioner, I'd be interested to hear what you got to say about the tweaks we need to do. So we're not sitting here 2 to 3 years later after we sit here and saw what we're seeing with the hatch rate, even though the harvest rate is staying up. And that's something that we really got to take a serious look at. And I would say, Mr. Chairman, take a look at that and come back with some recommendations, whatever those tweaks are, and let's address it. And if it's to stay the course, that's fine, but that's kind of where I'm coming from.
I agree, and thank you for those comments, Chairman Crump. My feeling has been and has not changed that it's about habitat first. And I think is more habitat we can put in place, the better those numbers are going to be for the turkeys. We can do what we want to with seasons, we can do what we want to with limits and all of that, but what's going to move the needle the most is habitat. And we do have some control over that. Caswell is a great example of that. I think you'll see turkey numbers there go up, I've been told, and I understand, from what I understand, there's no reason they shouldn't go up as we finish that process. And I think we might want to look at models like that to increase habitat on game lands we already have. That's the easiest thing to do to move the needle the most for us. That being said, there's no science behind that. That's just me saying that. So I think we would like them to look into something like that.
Yeah, and the easiest thing we can control is the harvest rate.
Right.
You know, and how that occurs. Same discussions we've had with whitetail deer.
Yep.
And look at several changes and tweaks in the season, you know, identical here. So that's what I'm talking, looking for something.
We hit a hot button. We got Nick, go ahead.
So you were at the turkey convention. That's great. And I just want to reiterate what the turkey Wild Turkey does for us. I think last year they gave us over $60,000. They're not just a taker, they're a giver, which is very important to recognize. The other thing is that they came back, the chapter president called me last year about recognizing them in some sort of formal fashion for 50 years of conservation. And so I just want to report that that is in play and that we hope to get that done sometime in the long session to recognize them for being a conservation partner for over 50 years.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Marriott. Steve Wyndham and then
Chris,
yes, sir.
what amount of birds are shot on private land versus game land?
Good question.
Can't give you the exact number,
Just
but
throw something out.
Darren or somebody might correct me here, but I think game lands are roughly 5% of the state acreage.
So doing the game
And
land, not really gonna do anything.
I didn't realize it was that skewed. 5%?
roughly 5% of the acreage in the state is game lands. I think that I may be off a little bit, but it's not greatly different than that. And generally our big game species that we have reported harvest on, generally those are fairly close to that same percentage.
Chris, just to follow up,
Yes, sir.
what would it entail? We've got an inland and we've got a coastal duck season. What would it entail to zone turkey hunting areas to further help?
Well, that's one of the things we would be looking at those results from our research project to see if that was appropriate or necessary. You know, I tend to think about, you're 100% right. Habitat is what produces turkeys. And I think about the regulatory aspects as the safeguards to not mess things up, you know, the sideboards, if so to speak. So one of the things we were looking at was the nesting, the timing of nesting across the state, the timing of gobbling across the state, were there massive differences in how they use the habitats or those type of things. And what the turkeys told us was they pretty good with a uniform season across the state. There was not results in there that suggested there was a need to have, for example, staggered opening days across the state. That's one thing we were looking at really, really closely. Yes, sir.
But if you set up different zones now and you needed to adjust the harvest rate, you'd be ready to do that.
You potentially could if there was a need to greatly reduce the harvest in one part of the state versus the others, that could be done, sure.
So I'm sorry, it sounds like that we're trying to figure out if we need to reduce the number of toms being killed. Is that correct?
Well, there's.
I mean, is that what kind of what
No,
we're thinking?
not quite. I would say there's two primary purposes to that harvest question, is like how many turkeys are being harvested and when are they being harvested? And a lot of the research, Dr. Chamberlain touched on this a lot in Nashville. I've talked with him many times over the years. Probably the primary concern there is more related to the when they're being harvested, when they're being killed, and a little bit less to how many.
Okay.
I mean, there would be concerns about over harvest. I don't think we're in that boat here in North Carolina, but sort of what Hannah and I are looking at, you know, we might need a little tweak on the when.
Well, we could be getting ready for that. With that being said, would it not be a fair statement to say if you move the season forward, not backward, but forward?
That's my question.
Wouldn't that make it,
Just
because
moved the whole thing a week back in April. Open the youth day to 15.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, it
So
makes it harder,
I
the
mean-
longer, it makes it harder to, if that's what we need to do.
Well, one thing you can count on with any of our hunting seasons, when you open the season, people go hunt.
Yes.
So, and turkeys is probably the primary one example of that. So whenever we would open the harvest, the season, regardless of who's allowed to go hunt, they're gonna go kill
Oh, yeah,
turkeys.
we know Tom's got a
So-
turkey call in his pocket. He's ready now.
But here again, that Chris, is it the number of turkeys or when they're being taken? You know, if you move it back 2 weeks, you're giving those gobblers on the landscape.
Yeah, you got
That's what I'm
more.
saying.
Yeah,
I mean, you
that's a
can't, this,
concern.
Some of the research
Three
that,
answers.
some of the research that was shown there in Nashville last week was presented by Craig Harper. Some of the work they were looking at season timing stuff in Tennessee. So we're watching that really closely as well. Yeah.
One more follow-up.
Mhm.
If somebody raise their hand, I'll hold mine for a minute. Go ahead, Bray.
You mentioned the northwest area was pretty grim right now, but not too many years ago, that was one of the best areas where we even had a fall turkey season for a while.
Yeah.
And is this just sort of a cycle, the turkeys took off there and they're plateaued at a lower level. Maybe that. could be
Potentially
happening
that,
across the
potentially
state.
that could be part of it. Yeah, they did seem to stay at really high numbers for a number of years, but now they've kind of leveled off at a, you know, much lower, but semi-stable, somewhat stable kind of point, yeah. Nobody's really sure why they do that. Why did they do so well for so long and now they've kind of fallen off to a new normal? Yeah.
Excellent.
I've seen the same phenomenon with certain invasive insects that come in and they're probably like emerald ash borer, killed all our ash trees for a while. And all the big trees are gone and that population has crashed locally. And maybe turkeys aren't non-native or invasive, but maybe they just took advantage of ideal conditions at first and then it all sort of evened out.
Chris,
Yes, sir.
going back to, what Tommy said about moving the season back or whatever. What, if you've got lower harvest numbers later in the season on the graphs that we're looking at right now? If you move the season back and the hens are already on the nest and they're incubating, a lot harder to kill a turkey. A lot damn hard. So would that reduce the overall take on the turkeys?
No, I don't think it would. I think you would see, the graph itself of harvest by week or by day. I think you would see that look very much the same and simply shifted later in the season.
I think the first week would hold true. I don't think the next three would hold true.
It may drop off some.
One thing, and when I say that, Steve, I don't know down where we're at. 3 weeks before season comes in, you just hear it's the woods are crazy. You're like, God, it'd be nice to go hunting right now. It's about like bear season. The bear know when bear season comes in because they disappear off your camera. Turkeys just kind of get quiet about the day season comes in. You know what I mean? And so it just makes it harder to kill one the longer it gets. If you don't get one that first week, you got your work cut out.
And that phenomenon will happen regardless of when the season opening is.
Okay.
When they start being disturbed in the woods and hunted, gobbling activity decreases way down.
First flip can clarify that they want us to examine the goal. I just want to ask one thing, make sure we got the direction. You want us to revisit the goal here a little bit, or maybe tweak the goal just a bit? Come back with some options the next time we meet, and then of course, dig into the data and come back with some more fine-tuned information relative to season timings and the like.
I think we would like to see you dig in a little bit more, but the specifics I'm not sure about yet.
Comfortable with leaving the goal where it's at, or?
Well, the statement? I mean, it's 2006. It probably could use some refreshing, but
That's our call. That's why we agree about that.
Any more questions or not?
Well,
It may not change much. but-
yeah, Brad, let me get Ken, got his hand up there.
If I may, I would think a good direction for staff would be for us to revisit this goal, come to you with an updated goal for approval. It looks like that, it looks like that. If it looks different, you can compare the two and give us some direction. And then take the discussion that we've had today and that we've had with our other state partners and the NWTF. And I think that what we've heard from you today is that there's a need for a tweak. And if we come with ideas based off of what y'all said, our other state partners and the National Wild Turkey Federation, we can come to you and communicate with you and the chairman. And if you want to have an out of cycle at that point, we can, but we'll have it prepared for you at the next small game.
I think that's exactly where I'd like to go with it, if that's the will of the rest of the commission. And I do think we're not only open to some tweaks, we're encouraging some tweaks, I think, at this point. Because 2006 was a long time ago. I think there was one more question, Tom, if you want to.
I'll ask it real quick. What about predators? There's more coyotes now. I mean, they gotta be affected.
They're all,
They
turkeys.
gotta be affecting the
Turkeys
population.
very rarely die of old age. They're almost certainly dying from predators, but the number one way to address that is through habitat management. It comes back to habitat management. Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that mean trapping predators?
No, it means providing good concealing cover that's got food and cover interspersed. That is by far the most effective way to deal with predation. And think about it as predation management, not predator management as your first step. Yes, sir.
Well, is,
Good answer.
are you,
I'm good if y'all are.
I want
Yes,
to
sir.
thank Chris and
Mhm.
Hannah especially for bringing this information back. It's been very useful and helpful, and it's certainly gotten this commission more excited than I've seen them the whole day yet. So I think this is
Very good.
hit on a great topic and done a great job with it. I
Thanks,
appreciate the
sir.
work the two of you have done on this, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say next on all of this.
Thank you, sir. Very
Thank
good.
you very much. Yes, and with that, I'd like to get Darren Barnes to come up, and if he would give us a quick update, which is somewhat related to Habitat on the Caswell Game Land. If you guys recall, we
Thank you, Chairman.
are working on the Habitat at Caswell Game Lands for a small game, which includes wild turkey. And I think you'll see a change there over the years to come, but I wanted to kind of keep that on our radar throughout this whole process that we're going through, so we don't forget about it.
I will, and I'll be brief. But I did want to say that question was asked, Game Lands represents about 6% of the state acreage. There's about 34 million acres in the state and we manage about 2.1 million. And it's pretty good habitat and it's really good habitat for turkeys. You know, some of our places, we actually have to do permit draws. We have such good turkey populations that our hunters would probably overwhelm those sites. And our small game focal area is one of those examples. So I did want to just give a quick update. We're really early in the process, but the chairman wants us to definitely keep this on our radar. So just a few updates. Since you guys know, we're moving into spring. We're right on the cusp of burning season. Our first burn on the Caswell Small Game Focus Area was yesterday, a 78-acre burn. We've got about 27 blocks scheduled to be burned this year, totaling about 1,388 acres. So we're actively in the process of doing that, which is one of the major ways that we manage those habitats and create this early succession habitat we need for small game. But I would say we're also really busy on the planting side and preparation side. We've been doing herbaceous seed plantings already this year. We're up to about roughly 60 acres so far. And kind of in tracking this, we basically have out of our 4,831 acres, the field that we have is we probably have about 900 acres that are in that usable habitat, right? That's in that threshold of habitat that we expect to see quail, sort of a high quality of quail and small game habitat. So that's really about 18%. So we've started from kind of zero, and so far we feel we're about at the 18% mark. And as we said, this is going to be a process. It's going to take us a few years. We got to do some timber sales, remove some timber to be able to build on that high quality habitat. But we're well on our way. You know, the staff is really out there working and well on our way to that. And that's really all. I'll stop right there unless you guys have additional questions.
Any questions for Darren? Darren, thank you very much for what you've done and are doing. I think one thing that we need to all keep in mind is there's not an end to this. We don't get to a point and then stop. That there is going to be the maintenance component to this. The burn's completed. And it might be a good idea in the near future to start thinking about what that maintenance plan might look like.
And we have that. So right now, it's kind of a 5-year plan, and that 5-year plan is getting that timber off of these blocks to get them in this habitat status where we can maintain. And then we'll switch after about that 5 or 6 year mark into this maintenance plan that we'll have across the acreage. And we'll bring that to you as we get closer to that point, what that plan would be, and let y'all look at that for that area.
All right, thank you, Darren. Any further questions or comments?
What's the humidity range you try to burn in?
Oh, now you're asking me something that's a little out of my wheelhouse there. Where you want it hot, but not too hot.
That's the exact answer I was looking for. All right, Darren, thank you very much. With that, this meeting is adjourned.
Take a short 5-minute break and we'll readjourn.
What humidity you look like?
Chair Monty Crump,
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Mark Craig,
Here.
David Hoyle, John Coley,
Here.
Wes Segers, Tommy Fumble,
Here.
Tom Berry,
Here.
Brad Stanback,
Here.
Jim Ruffin, Ray Clifton.
Here.
Kelly Davis.
Here.
Steve Wyndham,
Here.
Landon Zimmer,
Here.
John Stone, Hayden Rogers, John Alexander,
Here.
Tom Hayslip,
Here.
J.C. Cole,
Here.
Mike Alford,
Here.
Joe Bud.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Margot. First item of business on the agenda today is to call on Inland Fisheries Chief Christian Waters to present our permanent rulemaking adoption for 24-25 annual cycle inland fisheries rules. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll be presenting today what is Exhibit D1 tomorrow and is in your committee of the whole package. It is the summary of comments for our 2024-2025 inland fishing rule proposals. The first 5 proposals deal with trout boundary changes. The first one, which is on the screen here, only had 56% support. The other 4 that dealt with boundary changes range from 67% up to 90% support. However, the theme of the written comments for those that did not support really related around the regret that waters are being removed from the program. They were upset that a private landowner would have a say in what could be done on basically their property. And, they argued that they had the legal right to wade through the stream regardless of who had ownership. So we'll be recommending that we move forward with these because clearly if the landowner doesn't want us or anglers there, then it's not the appropriate location for us. I'll scroll down. F6 relates to the changing of classifications, and there was 76% support for that proposal. So the next few proposals, F7, F8, F9, F11, 12, 13, and 14, all deal with specific species. There was strong support for all of those proposals, ranging from 82% up to 91%. There were 2 proposals that were species specific that I want to point out. The first one would be F10, which related to our basically clarifying the existing no harvest in the central southern management area for striped bass. That's mainly the Neuse and Tar rivers is the biggest area that's impacted here. The other rule was F15, which relates to flounder. F15 only had 44% support. But both of these, really the lack of support dealt with the fact that there is discontent with the population data and a little bit of mistrust there and some discontent in the population size estimates, which all relate back to us coordinating with marine fisheries because the data that drives these 2 species or these 2 specific rule proposals are all driven through the FMP process. There was also questions there about commercial fishing, the impacts, and if commercial fishing would be regulated the same as recreational. Once again, our rules don't reflect the regulation of the commercial industry because that occurs in DMF's jurisdiction. So to be consistent and moving forward, again, we'll recommend that we continue forward with these proposals. And the last 2 proposals, F16 and F17, they both deal with fishing in joint fishing waters, which you have authority over, the hook and line aspect, as well as game fish. They were 81 and 82% support as we respectively. As far as themes for the written comments that we got there, there was still expressed confusion over the boundary lines as we expect. There is confusion over what is a freshwater fish versus a saltwater fish, and that the fish don't know the lines. And then there was a couple of comments that they didn't like our agency and that they said clarifying did not mean expansion. But we're not expanding our authority. We're simply putting it in a different role that matches up with what was already enrolled to begin with. Those were the comments. Be glad to take any questions. Before I do that, I will say that D2, Exhibit D2 will actually be the voting exhibit tomorrow, and we'll be presenting that. That includes the final text as proposed. And I will say that there were a couple of updates that we had to make to the text that are highlighted in yellow in that exhibit. And again, I will hit on those tomorrow, but that's the actual voting exhibit. With that,
Were the material or the technical corrections or
they
a
were
little both?
They were really technical questions, but they were simply updates that did not, for example, one of them was related to Roanoke River striped bass, where the original text as noticed did not match the current size and creel limit that we have. So we were simply updating what's already existing in other rules.
Are there any more questions that you have for Christian before I dismiss him for the inland fisheries? Proposed rules making cycle 24-25? Hearing none, thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
This time I'd like to recognize Land and Water Access Chief Darren Barnes for permanent rulemaking adoption 24-25 annual cycle, land and water access rules. Darren?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will be covering Exhibit E1 and 2. E1 again is our summary of public comments, and then E2 will be our exhibit that we bring forward tomorrow for you to vote on. I'll just run through this very quickly. Most all of our 8 proposals were well supported. Our first one was related to the alcohol, changing of that alcohol. What is intoxicated or under influence? We got 87% approval for that. G2 is one where we saw a little less approval, but still 78%. The comments here, we didn't have many, but they were mostly, of course, having to drive anywhere to go shoot. There were some complaints about that. They always want it right in their backyard. So I had a few complaints there, but generally approved of that one. Restricting our biking on Chatham, Harris, and Lee, had very good approval for that. Very few comments. Our scouting only zone had good approval for that as well. Few comments. Our restricted on our designated camping site. Overall, very supportive. Very supportive of our antlers season change in Montgomery County. Very supportive of our small game focal area in Caswell. And our last one, where we saw probably our least support, still at 76%, was adding a new game land. And surprisingly, we actually have a comment that said that they don't understand why we were adding a new game land. We didn't need another one. And but most of those comments were more related to it being a permit only game land and consideration of why we were doing that, or was that needed, or should it just be open? So in general, it's a very positive response to ours.
Are there any questions for Darren? Is that it, Darren?
That's it.
Are there any questions for Darren related to any of his exhibits or responses? Hearing none, thank you, Darren.
You're welcome.
This time I'd recognize our Wildlife Management Chief, Brad Howard, the permanent rulemaking adoption presentation on 24-25 annual cycle wildlife management rules. Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now for some of the less controversial stuff.
Oh.
I'll be presenting the public comments for exhibits F1 and F2. F2, of course, as Christian and Darren had mentioned, F2 will be the voting exhibit for tomorrow. Overall, our comments were well received and positive about most of our proposals. I have a little bit to talk about with H1 and H2. But H1 is the deer proposal to shift the Western Mountain seasons. This was kind of about how I expected the responses to come in. Anytime you change things like this, there's always some level of resistance. That did come out 50% in support of the proposal. I hope you had an opportunity to look at the qualitative analysis that our social scientists did to look at the comments and what the oppositions to this rule was. The most common opposition was the perceived lack of opportunity or taking opportunity away from youth. And I say proceed for a couple of reasons. Our youth are very adept at using the weapons for which we allow during the season. For example, 6% of our muzzleloader harvest occurs by youth under 16, compared to about 8% of modern firearm. And surprisingly, about 9% of our crossbow harvests are by youth under the age of 16. So they're pretty good at it. But that notwithstanding, there was a lot of comment about this being an anti-youth proposal. And I do want to make sure the commission understands this is probably one of the most pro-youth proposals we put together, the commission has put together in quite a while. For the first time, really in modern times, we will have Saturday openings for all 3 segments of deer season plus both segments of bear season. There is no bigger youth initiative than Saturday opening days. So, and we will be adding to Christmas holidays when the youth are out of school. They've never been able to hunt over Christmas in the Western season. So this is a very positive youth initiative. But that notwithstanding, that was one of the major concerns and relative to this proposal, were we taking something away from the youth that we should not do? So there are some options, and I think there may be some discussion. The other concerns were the bear hunting, deer hunting overlap. But as I told the constituents over there, we did at least 2 deer forums and 3 bear forums or something along those lines. And we talked extensively about all this. The bear hunters at those groups uniformly came back together and said they did not want to close the December season. They wanted to hunt together. They felt like we could do that. It was compatible. Most of the deer hunting occurs on private lands now. Most of the bear hunting occurs on public lands. And they in places where, as they put it, deer hunters don't go because it's too far back. So that was the general consensus from those groups. And as I told them, you know, there's only 2 options. We either have deer hunting and bear hunting overlap during December, or one or the other doesn't happen. So that's where we kind of landed with that. And most of the bear hunters that I communicated with were, I mean, they're the ones that actually said, because the first thing we took them was an abbreviated version of the December season. And they were like, no, we want to keep the December segment. So that's what we proposed. Questions, comments, or discussions about H1, Mr. Chairman?
Questions, comments? Brad?
Well, just Monty spoke at lunch about adding designated youth hunting days, Thursday and Friday of Thanksgiving week.
Correct.
Is that something that needs to be voted on, put into the regulation, or?
If the commission decided that they wanted to modify the proposal and declare Thanksgiving Day and Thanksgiving Friday as youth days in the Western deer season, we can make that altercation. That is part of this rule, the 10B rule that we're discussing. So we can certainly make that modification and bring it to you guys for vote tomorrow. We've looked at it biologically. I don't think it moves the needle much if we I do want to remind everybody, youth means under 18. So that's 16 and 17-year-olds out there as well. But I don't think it moves the needle that much. We do want to be very cautious because we want to watch it for a few years, because this is adding 2 days of modern firearms to the either sex season, and especially in those far western counties. But I think we're okay. I think we're okay with the youth hunters having those out there. So if that's something the commission would like to entertain, we will make that adjustment to this rule and declare Thanksgiving Day and Friday as youth days, which would allow the youth to use any lawful weapon. And it would be either sex, because the black powder season is going to be either sex for that week. Adults would continue to have to use black powder firearms.
I can tell you, I attended the public hearing in Clyde, and so did Commissioner Standback. So did several legislators there. It was a well-attended meeting. It was generally cordial most of the time. There was a couple comments that got off track and got the room a little unsettled, but that got addressed. But the biggest thing that this proposal got hammered on, that the legislators had concerns of, and Brad and I both listened to, was the fact that, yeah, we're giving you Christmas. You've never had an opportunity to do that before, but our kids get out of school on Wednesday and they can't hunt Thanksgiving Day and the Friday after that.
Right.
And so I think that was the most glaring thing that we heard. The legislators that were in attendance there and have since then have ask if there's any way we could address that on the front end. I think we're in agreement. And if you say biologically, it's okay to do that. And that would certainly, we sit here today and we hear a lot of data, we hear science, and this agency goes out of its way to take public comment and do the best to respond. You see all these surveys we do on lakes, fishing, all the kind of opportunities. And this was one that day that really stood out and about providing, giving them the Thursday and Friday. And I think that would be a reasonable thing to do, to add that to this proposal and move forward as it is, even though there's a lot of consternation, and we heard it that night. And we've certainly seen it on the survey, that if you read those surveys, from what we heard that night just for the rest of the commissioners, from what we heard that night in a room full of hunters, the people that actually go out in the woods and do it and hunt and do the bear and go do the overlap, they generally came to agreement, we'll do it and we'll make it work. But then when you see, I don't know which slide it is where it shows a higher disapproval, if you go and you read that, and I did an hour and 5 minutes worth of that, read those comments, and that data is skewed significantly by non-hunting groups.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's H2. Yeah.
That's the next two. I just want to let you know and to say that. And I don't mean to jump the gun, but
Enormously.
but at any rate, I do think it's reasonable as long as you say it's biologically sound. And you're fine with that, Commissioner Standback? It's your district to do that.
The issues people brought up could only be addressed by a trade-off between deer and bear. This is one that's not a trade-off. Everyone there wants more opportunities for youth hunters. We do too.
Yeah. And just as for the record, historical data, Friday, next to Saturday after Thanksgiving, which is the absolute biggest youth day, harvest day of that Western deer season. Friday's the number 2 day. So we're not really changing much relative to the youth harvest problem. So I think this is a good response to the input that we've got.
Landon, did you have a question?
Did you have a question?
Sir?
No,
Good.
sir. I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any
So I will make that change and present that to the commission tomorrow. I'll work with Carrie and her staff and present that to the commission tomorrow as including Thanksgiving Day and the Friday after Thanksgiving as youth days, along with September 24th, which is our statewide youth day. But those 2 days will only apply to the Western deer season.
Before we proceed, is there any objections to doing that?
One question, does that have to be either sex for youth those days?
Well, it's either sex for the black powder season. The way we've got it written is we shifted the either sex for black powder, which was something for the regular deer hunters to say, well, you're going to get Thanksgiving week with black powder and it will be either sex for across the entire Western region. So yeah, and I think it'll be okay. But I just want to point out, we'll just monitor that. We're going to be monitoring. We're opening either sex days for the first time ever in some of those far western counties. So we'll be watching that closely. We can tweak either sex days rather quickly to adjust for more or less harvest as we need it. So that's just on our radar. But I would just leave it way too complex to try to, I mean, we could cut it off for everybody, but I don't think we need to do that. Let's watch it and see how it plays.
Included them.
Yes, sir. Will do. Now, for H2, this is the proposal relative to the bear season. This proposal actually basically does 2 things. It adds 9 days on the front side of the bear season, which is a biological move. That is a biological recommendation from us to try to change the female composition of the harvest, get a little more pressure on the sow population over there to continue our efforts to stabilize that population. It also removes the prohibition on using unprocessed foods on the second segment, because especially if we're going to extend the deer season across the landscape, we have to, what?
You're on H4. You're thinking H4. H2's black powder.
Oh, sorry. That's not what I had in my notes. Oh, H2 is just a black powder change. Everybody's in favor of that. This was well, the chairman got me mixed up because he jumped over there.
For one time, I think you're right, Brad.
H2 is adding the either sex, which is kind of goes to Commissioner Standback's point. This is adding the either sex days in the black powder season and the 1 day of antlerless gun season in those far western counties that we haven't had over there, well, since anybody can remember. So this is a positive move towards a growing deer population, and that was pretty much well received. And then this is the change to the deer rule that removes these 2 specific youth deer hunts from the rule because we can administer these through our managed hunt programs now. And this will allow us greater opportunity to expand to mentor hunting programs and new hunters if we don't fill up all the slots with youth hunters, which has been a little bit, we haven't been filling all those slots the last few years. So that's more or less a technical correction, just getting that out of rule. Now, H4. This is the bear management proposal. As I said, this adds days to the front of the season. It adds 9 days, but 2 of those days are Sundays, and there's not a lot of, bear hunting that goes on. There is some that goes on over there. This was a bit of a compromise as a result of our bear forums that we went over there and met with the bear hunters. We were actually proposing a little bit more, and they were a little uncomfortable with that. They wanted us to pull back, so we made that adjustment and basically just shifted it a week earlier. It'll remove the baiting prohibition in the second segment because there's no real biological reason to have that. Plus, if we overlap with deer seasons, then we have corn in the woods and bear hunting going on. And so we just need to remove that prohibition. And then one of the ones that was a little bit more confusing with everybody was the idea about that we were proposing to allow dog hunting with bears in Franklin County. The truth is we're just correcting the rule text because it's already legal. It's east of the dog line. We can't prohibit dog hunting with bears in Franklin County. So we're not really changing anything from what is lawful. We're just correcting the NCAC rule text, which inadvertently said you couldn't use dogs in Franklin County, but the commission doesn't actually have authority to prohibit that. The overwhelming portion of the negative comments, of course, as most, and I think we can prepare ourselves for this for the foreseeable future. Any of our bear proposals, our bear management proposals, were basically people that opposed bear hunting and or also opposed hunting with dogs, especially hunting bears with dogs. We did have concerns even in these comments from, the overlap situation, but as I said, we've talked to the bear hunters a lot, and that was the path they wanted to go. So discussions, questions, comments about H4?
Questions? Okay, move on.
H5 is to bring the ringneck pheasant season into alignment with our conservation goals. This will basically create 2 pheasant seasons, one that will be from the opening of small game season through the end of February on the mainland. And then we will keep the current pheasant season on core banks, on the Outer Banks, where we surprisingly continue to have a reproducing population of pheasants. This has stirred a lot of discussion and talk amongst staff. We're maybe interested in trying to figure out a little bit more about those pheasants out there and see why it is they're managing to persist on an Outer Bank island with what doesn't look like really great pheasant habitat. But I put that on Hannah's plate to take care of. Questions or comments about H5? H6 clarifies when dogs may be used to take feral swine on game lands and establishes additional opportunities for dogs to be used outside of the open deer or bear season on Nantahala National Forest game lands. This was a bit of this bore out of our discussions with bear hunters. That game land, the Nantahala National Forest, is wild boar have been on that game land since the early 1900s when they escaped from the pen over there in Swain and Graham County. They've been there established for 100 years. Boar hunting was and continues to be a rich tradition over there. Our current rules didn't allow us to allow hunting with dogs outside of an open bear deer season, where dogs could be used to hunt one of the species. This will just expand that opportunity on that game land for the month of January so that those guys can hunt the pigs on Nantahala with dogs for one more month. It's already legal to hunt pigs on the game land during that month. They just were prohibited from using dogs during that month. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Did anybody hear from the pork council on this?
I did.
I did.
Yeah, they don't like this because they think any expansion of feral swine hunting is gonna mean more feral swine throughout the state and put the pork industry at risk of disease.
Yeah, I had discussions with them and the Farm Bureau. They misunderstood a little bit of what this is and the traditions and heritage over there and what was going on. I think I settled okay, but I'll let Mr. Director, did you want to comment on that?
Mr. Yes, sir. We received comment and I had discussions even up to yesterday in a meeting with NCDA and the unlawful transportation of feral swine across the state. We plan to make that a legislative priority along with locking arms with North Carolina Department of Agriculture and putting stiffer fines and penalties for doing that illegal activity. So Commissioner Steve Trotzer has communicated with the Pork Council on that.
That's not something we have regulatory authority over per se anyway. It's already illegal.
It's a civil penalty right now. We'll be seeking legislature to make that a criminal penalty with some teeth in it. So that people that are transporting feral swine illegal across the state will give our officers the tools to enforce that regulation.
Well, in spite of your discussions, I've got an email from the swine industry today.
Me too.
They didn't get the message.
I will say that expanding an opportunity by 1 month for something that's already legal the 3 months before that, it's probably not going to increase pig trafficking over there. So, and it was very well received by our hunters on that particular. Now, that doesn't mean we have any intentions of expanding pig hunting opportunity on other game lands across the state. But that one was rich in heritage, rich in tradition over there. And I don't think adding 1 more month of pig hunting with dogs is really going to change the dynamics of pigs on Nantahala National Forest.
The hogs disappeared from my property when the bear populations are.
Yeah, bears do like to eat pigs. I will say that.
Never heard of it.
Any more questions for Brad? Anything else, Brad? One more?
I got to go through the controlled shooting preserve, the
That's right.
regulated activities
Yep.
rules. Most of them are well received. This was the cleanup of the dog training and field trial rules. The only real comments to this one was some people didn't quite understand what kind of dog training we were talking about. They were getting into dog training of bears and deer and other things. This is specifically bird dog training and field trials. Pretty much well received. Same with amending and simplifying some of these rules. We had a number of comments relative to opposition to using domestic mallards on controlled shooting preserves and releases of domestic mallards. Those are somewhat standard comments that we get. But overall, the cleanup and the change of these rules seem to be very well received. H9 was amending the propagation rules to basically say the only person that needs a propagation license is somebody that's actually propagating birds and selling them. And then finally, this was our highest one, 88%. Everyone wanted to make sure that if your license is, if your WCA license is suspended or revoked, you can't use a backdoor channel to keep running your business. You have to go back through the process.
That it now, Brad?
That's mine. I'm through.
Any more questions for Brad? Okay, thank you, Brad. Now I'll call on Ben Meyer for permanent rulemaking adoption 24-25 annual cycle administrative rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm going to reference today, this is exhibit, let me see, it's back. I think it's G1 and G2. Yeah, there we go. So this is the summary of public comments, and this is going back to the administrative change for the Wildlife Poacher Reward Program, also known as Wild Tip. And this is where we're actually adding more egregious violations when it comes to inland, taking inland game fish and some non-game fishes. As you can see, it was pretty well received. But total of 92 either supported or no preference. And the comments I received, some of them seemed to be like where they just didn't understand exactly what this was entailing. And then there's also some people that just don't think taxpayers should pay snitches. So that being the case, this is really funded through us, and so there's really, the taxpayers aren't paying this. It's paid for through the Poach Reward program set up in the legislature.
There's a rich tradition of paying snitches in the state of North Carolina.
Yes. Yeah. But I mean, it was just some general concerns like that, but otherwise, I think it's pretty well received, and we have paid out a lot in this program. So we're No Fisheries is a huge resource for North Carolina, and there are some big resource cases when it comes to fish. So this is one we definitely recommend for final adoption tomorrow. Any questions on these, on G1 and wherever G2 is?
Any questions for the Colonel? Hearing none,
Thank you.
easy enough. This time we'll move on to Melva Bonner, who has two rulemaking adoption presentations, one on declare rulings rules. One is the public fishing boating access area rules, and one permanent rule, notice of text, endangered, threatened, and special concern species rules. Melva?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. The first rulemaking item on our agenda today is for the permanent adoption of the declaratory rulings and the 10A0500 declaratory rulings section, exhibits H1 and H2. And it includes 10A0501 when issued, 10A0502 when not issued, 10A0503 procedure. We did not receive any public comments for this section of rules. We held one public hearing on January 23rd, 2024, and the rule was actually noticed in the North Carolina Register December 1st, 2023. Okay. In exhibit H2, for the 10A0501, 10A0502, and 10A0503, the rule language was updated for clarity and consistency. And also for 10A0503, we removed the example letter. Here we have the revised rule text for 10A0501. 10A0502 and 10A0503. Staff will be recommending the permanent adoption of these rules at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions? Okay.
Okay.
All right. The second rulemaking item on the agenda today is for the permanent adoption of the fishing and boating access areas rules in the 10E0100 boating access, fishing and boating access areas section. We did not receive any public comments for 10E0501 or 10E0503. We did receive two public comments for 10E0502, one in support and one in not support. For 10E0104, we received one public comment of no preference. We held one public hearing on January 23rd, 2024. These rules were determined to be necessary with substantive public interest and are required to be readopted as part of the periodic review. Staff will be recommending the permanent adoption of these rules at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions?
Any questions or comments? Thank you, Melva. You'll move to rulemaking notice of text.
All right.
You gonna do that one, Carrie, or Melva? Okay, Carrie, you're on deck then.
Okay.
Rulemaker herself.
All right, so exhibits J1 and J2 are for proposed amendments to the endangered, threatened, and special concern species rules. For 10I0102, this rule was part of a periodic review. It's determined to be necessary with substantive public interest, so we need to readopt it. Staff have been working on this rule for quite a while, and we've made several amendments to clarify requirements for conditions for take, possession, sale, propagation, transport, import, export, transfer, barter, trade, and stocking of endangered, threatened, and special concern species. We've detailed application requirements for an endangered species permit, specified requirements for taking possession without a permit, and also for reporting. For rules 10I, 0103 through 0105, those are the lists of the endangered, threatened, and special concern species. 3 species have been added to the list, 1 to the threatened species list, and 2 to the special concern list. 1 species was removed from the endangered species list, and there were 4 species status changes. So 2 species were uplisted and 2 species were downlisted. Whoops.
Can you explain real quick to me, just I'm sure there was a reason why, what the long-eared bat and then the manatee, were those just name changes or what kind of happened there?
Sarah or Rachel?
Those were federal changes.
Okay.
So when they change on the federal list, we change them.
So are there other types of manatee or is that?
Different types of manatees. The West Indian manatee is one now listed.
Okay,
And they have.
but if they're found here, they're not endangered.
And maybe other status, but.
Okay. Thanks.
More questions, Landon?
That was it.
All right, so exhibit, can't see it, J2, I believe, is the approved fiscal note for these rules. We did notice a last minute omission in the fiscal note. So tomorrow, staff will be requesting approval to notice the proposed amendments to the 10I rules and approval to notice the fiscal note pending additional analysis for permitting of resale wholesale establishments and government and research entities, and the subsequent approval of those amendments by OSBM. So after you approve, we will go back to OSBM, do the amendments, get them to approve it, and then notice the text of these rules, if that is okay.
Are there any questions? Hearing none? That all you need to carry?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And at this time, I'd like to recognize Land and Water Access Chief Ben Solomon. We have a phase 1 acquisition we need to consider for approval. This is an item that has come up since the last Land and Properties Committee. And so we moved it to the Committee of the Whole this afternoon, so we could go ahead and begin working on without any, without a significant delay. And Ben has that presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have one phase 1 land acquisition to discuss today. This site, I think you can see pretty clearly on the map. We've parsed it out and described it as property A, property B, and property C. Before we get into the details, I'll give a little bit of a background on public access, public boating access in this area of North Carolina. So this is located at Holden Beach, just before you cross over the bridge. This is in Brunswick County. The only public access that we have at Holden Beach is just across the bridge. You can see it down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. That's a single lane boat ramp, and it has about 15 trailer spots. So that's a very small facility to accommodate the amount of boating that the residents and people visiting Holden Beach bring to the area. Staff have been working to identify suitable sites to expand our public boating access at Holden Beach for some time now. Most boat ramps in Brunswick County, aside from Holden Beach, operate at overcapacity status at this time. We have 6 public boat ramps in Brunswick County total. Of those 6 ramps, we have 233 total spots. And just within Brunswick County, we have 12,000 registered vessels. There's an additional 18,000 registered vessels in surrounding counties. So just wanted to give a little background as to the area of the state that we're looking at and the need and the amount of use that we see in this area. The parcels, like I said, are labeled A, B, and C. It's important to note to have a viable boat ramp with sufficient parking. We will need at a minimum parcels or properties B and C. And if you can't see from where you're sitting, that's the The middle parcel is property B. The parcel adjacent to the bridge is property C. If we pursue parcels A, B, and C, all three parcels, we would be able to provide the maximum amount of parking. And I'll show two engineering conceptual designs here in a second to better describe that. This is option A. This is parcels A, B, and C. Parcels A, B, and C total 3.7 total acres. The asking price for all three parcels is $5.9 million. The potential parking that one of our engineers has come up with is 98 trailer spaces by using all three parcels and 17 car spaces. We would be able to add one additional launching lane in this scenario. And then option B would include parcels B and C. This would bring about a potential of 53 trailer spaces as well as 6 car spaces. And again, we should be able to accommodate one additional launching lane here. All of this conceptual design is still subject to permitting and approvals that may restrict, but this is a good baseline for us to look at and get a feel for. I'll back up a little bit. Potential funding sources that we discussed at phase 1 level. Potential funding sources would include a coastal recreation fishing license grant, a CREFL grant, state funds, and a potential legislative appropriation. The property scored at a 2.244, scored well for fishing, boating, local economy, benefit to local economy, and existing infrastructure. And happy to entertain any questions. I think there's a lot to digest here. These are some asking prices, but of course, if we were to acquire, everything is based on appraised value. And these are parcels adjacent to the Intercoastal Waterway with quite a bit of infrastructure already in place.
Go ahead. Landon, you had your hand up first.
Thank you. Where would the additional lane be in either image, or is that just to be determined?
It would likely build off of the existing boat ramp, so it'd be in that same location,
I'll
off
just,
that middle parcel.
being around this area, I know whatever you build, it's not gonna be enough parking, so. You go
Ray,
for it
I
as much
got
as
you,
can.
but Brad, you're next.
Who owns the existing boating access area?
So that is under contract. The developer that's pursuing parcels A and B will close in the next couple of weeks. But it's currently owned by a MSHB Properties LLC, but it'll be purchased by a developer here in the next couple of weeks.
No, I mean the one in the lower right.
Oh, that's within the DOT right of way where our existing ramp is. We have an agreement with DOT to allow us to operate that boat ramp and maintain it.
So it's not an option for us to sell that to help fund the other.
That hasn't been discussed so far. Actually, well, it has been discussed and staff feel as though we should, even if we can attain this and work to develop this ramp, based on usage we see, it'd be important to keep a ramp on the island side and the mainland side.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you very much. When you say a trailer spot, are you including a trailer and the pulling vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Which would be about 50 feet plus or minus.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, what do we enforce somebody pulling there, letting the boat out and pulling in there? And do we go through it every now and then to make sure somebody's not sitting there for weeks? Just using our stuff? How do we enforce that?
I believe that's enforced. If there's a single vehicle parked in a trailer spot, that is legal. We have rules that prohibit that.
But they could be there for a long time. They could they could put it in there, park it there and say, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Is there any limit to the amount of time they could sit there?
Colonel Benmeyer.
We do enforce it. We use some discretion, like if somebody breaks down or something, that's fine, but if they're there for a prolonged period of time, yeah, we'll handle that. Either by towing it or getting up with them and having them move.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clifton.
Okay. Let's go back to do we know how our funding's gonna come and how much of that money we could possibly get through funding? And to follow up with one more thing is to hit on Commissioner Zimmer's point here. Is there any way we could add an additional lane for putting boats in and out? I know like at several places, we have 4 and upwards of 6 boat launches. And it looks like you're gonna have 100, it could possibly be, 98 trailer spaces on there. I think the one at Wrightsville Beach, it only has around, if I'm correct, 60 or maybe 70, and there's 5 launch sites there. And it can still get busy. So with 98, I think we would, if we could possibly do it, and this would work, get as many as those launch ramps put in as we could.
So there is the potential for that. We've had initial discussions with Shannon's team, with Maria Dunn, the code permitting. She feels confident we could get a second ramp permitted, but it will be challenging to get a third ramp permitted due to impacts on wetlands. It's just various.
Okay, understand.
Will be a lot. Definitely do something. Push for kind of the ideal 30 parking spots per lane, but
I got you.
That was my question.
You okay? You have an estimate on the construction cost?
Yes, sir. We had, Gary had one of our engineers work that up. We only worked up an estimated cost for option A for all 3 parcels. To include, an additional lane, all of the parking, and there's also some structure removal that would have to take place. There's an estimate of 1.5 to 1.9 million that it would take to have the site at this level.
2 million topside. What's the cost of all 3 parcels? It was 5.9 for A and B. What's it for all 3?
5.9 for all 3.
All 3.
Yes,
And how
sir.
many parking spots for all 3?
For all 3,
98.
up to 98 trailer spaces and 17 car spaces.
So $80,000 a space.
And how many launches are the most you could do?
We're thinking that 2 is what we could have permitted. So 1 additional in addition. And I'll mention that it's been noted by, I think, some of our staff that have expertise in permitting that it's really a blessing that this middle parcel already has an existing ramp. If we didn't have the existing ramp and we were starting fresh, we'd likely have a hard time getting the project permitted. So there's value in having existing infrastructure.
Do we have any history of, I mean, this is a huge benefit for Holden, benefit for North Carolina. Do we have any history of the city buying the land and donating it to us and then us doing the improvements? Is that a possibility?
I think to answer that question, I think we all know there's a lot of heavy lifting here. There's a lot of ground to cover. And this is a phase 1. Those are asking prices. We can't pay above appraised prices. And so, there's a lot of questions yet to be answered. And I do think, based on conversation with the commissioners at this table, they have begun the discussions on legislative funding and other stuff, because I think it's pretty clear the public benefit there, as you aptly pointed out, compared to what our other customers and boat ramps, this is a pretty heavy lift for us to do without a tremendous amount of financial support, both locally and from the state. And I think we go into that with approval of phase 1 just to determine exactly what the financial landscape is. And then we can come back and fine tune it, do yay or nay. This is not an approval. This is just if it's the wishes of the commission to move forward to phase 1 is just to go ahead and firm up a lot of questions that you have now and before we make a final decision.
You need a motion?
Yes.
Is a piece of property in the Holden Beach city limits, or is it in the county?
County.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you cross the bridge, you leave the city limits. Yes, sir.
So you
That's
need a
Yes,
motion?
yes, sir.
Bigger
We
opportunity.
move forward with this?
We've got a motion to move forward with phase 1 by Commissioner Clifton. Is there a second? We have a second by Commissioner Berry.
And discussion?
We gotta, now that we have a second, yes.
Yes.
Floor is open for discussion.
Yes, okay. Some history here that I think is interesting is that this thing originated with Commissioner Wyndham. And he was contacted by the powers to be in Holden Beach, and he is working diligently on securing some state appropriations. So we'll see where that go, where it goes. He and I and Monty, you articulated it perfectly. There's a lot of hair on this deal. It'll be the biggest deal, I think, that the land committee has ever done. And it took us years to raise this kind of money to do other projects, or even less than this. So it's going to take some time to work through it, and where it ends up, who really knows? I think the most important thing to reiterate what Monty mentioned is that we can't buy anything for above price value. So it's going to guide us on where we're going to go and how we're going to do it. So I just want to say that Land Committee agrees with this process. And be working with Commissioner Wyndham on trying to make it happen.
Any further comments or questions or debate? Hearing none, all is in favor of the motion to move this project to phase one, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, project moves to phase one. You have anything else, Ben? Yes, sir.
One last thing. I want to commend Ben Solomon. He wrote an article in the Wildlife Magazine this last month. If you haven't read it, you need to. It's all about the Land Committee and all the different intricacies of operating it and finding money and problem solving, et cetera. But he did a masterful job. I want to commend you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you did. Okay, are there any other business coming before the committee of the whole at this time? If not, I'll close with some housekeeping. If everything goes to plan, this will be the last time we meet in this room in this current configuration. As you all know, we have some new members been appointed. We were already crowded and we really will be crowded, you know, with a full house. And one of our newest appointed commissioners who's rejoining the board is Joe Budd. You all have welcomed him. And then we still have one waiting to apparently has not submitted all his paperwork to ethics. And we're waiting to get his clearance before he can join the board. So we'll be up to 21 members and then staff. So I came up yesterday, met with Brian, Gary, and went to look at renderings, suppliers, folks that are help with redoing this room, configuration of the tables and other stuff that we'll do, including the carpet, AV and other renovations. We decided that since we were doing it, we might as well go ahead and do a full upgrade so we can take care of everybody and have even and hopefully in the future this will serve for many years to come. So hopefully, and knock on wood, and we're going to meet tomorrow before I leave and finalize all the carpet selections, colors, table colors, and all those kinds of things like that, and chairs, and so we can go ahead and get them started because we will not be here in April. Because we will be at the coast. We're being hosted at the coast by Commissioner Wyndham and Commissioner Zimmer. And a little bit on that, the Tuesday that we would normally be a travel day before Wednesday, it's been graciously offered to have a tour visit at Orton Plantation, have a lunch and a tour of the Orton Plantation on Tuesday. We'll firming up a time for that. And then after that, you can travel check into the hotel, which we're staying the same hotel we last time. I think it's the name of it is the Ballast. Is that correct? And that'll be our home hotel. So, and I say that because getting all these plans together, who's going to show up, who's going to be where, when Margot calls you and she asks you, so she won't call to me, says, I haven't heard from so-and-so, I'm not sure, that kind of stuff. Guys, you need to respond. And so we need to know when Orton is, if you're going to be there. Wednesday, we have our normal committee day. We'll adjourn as early as we can. We plan to have a bus transportation from there out to Figure 8 Island to Landon to host that event. And we're finalizing those details. And then we'll have our business meeting on Thursday. But those are the rough plans right now, but it should be. We had a great time there last time. We had a great time in Cherokee 2 years ago. And I anticipate having a good event down there because it's been y'all's request, you know, to meet off site at least once a year or once every 2 years. And we're trying to meet that request and going to the coast. And
What
so
date is that, Bonnie? Do you know?
April 16th through the 18th.
Thank you.
16th through the 18th. So if you know now you're not going to go, and not going to be able to attend, let Margot know. So we can start making hotel and stuff. Commissioner Wyndham.
One quick thing. On the 16th, it's 12 noon at Orton. Okay, they're going to provide us lunch and then we take the tour from 1 until 3.
Okay. So that has been worked out.
That is.
I did not know
that's
that till right now. Good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Address where we need to go.
So
We drive to Orton ourselves.
yeah, you'll go to Orton as individual commissioners and then drive into Wilmington and check in. Then we'll have transportation Wednesday night. And I think we're still working on arrangements for lunch that Wednesday. The rest of everything will be provided. So are there any questions about that? That's early. Only thing just trying to really submit is to cooperate with Margot and give her the information and guess and that stuff like that. So go ahead, Margot.
I plan to send an email out first next week with trying to gauge who's gonna be able to come and who's may come as a guest with you and et cetera. So just respond to that email as soon as you got the information. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I teed you up for that, Mark.
Snitching to the chairman, I see,
Pardon?
nothing.
And so, and tonight, Commissioner Coley has made arrangements for us to have dinner at Ray's Steakhouse. That's on Buck Jones Road and near, in fact, near the hotel, just right down the road in Cary. So those that want to go, we have reservations for plenty of us. And we will, got a private dining room and we will leave the hotel at 6 o'clock and go to Ray's Steakhouse, and it's spelled REY.
REY apostrophe S. I think it may be a Raleigh address. I'm not sure. It's right by South Hills Mall on Buck Jones Road.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if it's Raleigh or Cary, but it's probably 5 minutes from the hotel. It used to be a Ruth Chris. 20-some years ago, still has kind of the menu of a Ruth Chris. And Ray was the manager at that point. And so then now when Ruth Chris moved, they kept it there as Ray's, who manages it, but it's basically the similar menu or similar to a Ruth Chris.
Are there any questions about any of those housekeeping items or any other questions? Hear none, committee meetings adjourned. We'll see everybody at 6 o'clock to go to dinner.